All right. Hello. This is another lesson on how the U.S. starts wars or manipulates the population into an ongoing war. And in this case, we're going to talk about the latter. It involves World War II and the Pearl Harbor attack, which is the means by which the United States entered the war. All right. Now, I expect a lot of people have some strong predisposed beliefs about the Pearl Harbor attacks. So, what I want to do beforehand is uh, examine real quickly the nature of history, right? And I start off showing a picture of a court trial, right? In a court trial, you have two sides, of course, all right? You have the prosecutors or the plaintiffs, and on one side, and on the other side, you have the defense, right? And in both cases, they present their evidence and then state their case, right? And I say, well, history is pretty much the same thing. So history is like a court trial. You present your evidence and you state your case. All right. Now, to manufacture false evidence is a crime, right? Because you're just lying. You're making up stuff, right? But in the same token, to hide evidence is also a crime, right? Because by doing both, you manufacture a false perception, which is the essence of a lie, right? So, can history lie, right? Now, first of all, what is history? A lot of people think history is the way it was, right? Hey, it's the way it was. You can't change that. I don't know about that, right? Is history the way it was, or is history the way people say it was, right? Can they can they make up stuff? Yeah, it's possible. Can they hide stuff? Yeah. Now, to examine this, let's take a look at the four main sources of history that we're exposed to. Right? One is academia, schools, scholarly books. Right? I don't know if too many people read scholarly books if they don't have to for school. Right? Another is History Channel programs, kind of like this canned commercialized stuff. Right? 1 hour, less than an hour actually, with commercials and whatever. Another is news media, right, where they give you a little blurb, like 30 seconds to a few minutes, right? What happened in the history of this day or whatever. And then you get like Hollywood movies, right? What I call Hollywood history. When they cover history, right, I call it Hollywood history. All right, so let's take a look at the likelihood that they make up stuff or hide stuff, right? All right. Um, in academic history, oftentimes these books are peer reviewed, all right, so it makes it a little bit tougher to hide stuff, right? But it's not impossible. I've seen, well accepted scholarly books on history. I read one recently on the Mexican American War. What was that girl's name now? I can't remember now, right? It was like a recent popular book on the Mexican American War, and she totally made up stuff about well, one of them. I'm not going to get into details, but and she cited a document. So I read the document, and it didn't say that at all. She totally made it up, right? And it's frustrating. So yeah, you can make up stuff, right? Now it's easier though to hide stuff, to leave stuff out, okay? And in so doing, you're making a lie just the same. All right, now History Channel, you can make up stuff. It's even easier to hide stuff because you only have less than an hour to present stuff, so you can easily leave out stuff. News media is worse. You can make up stuff and easily hide stuff. You only have a few minutes to present things. Now, the worst of all is Hollywood history because, I see movies where like 90 to 95% of a historical movie is made up, right? You go and check, they're just making up stuff. You check the facts, right? You know, and it's not even written by a historian. It's written by a scriptwriter who's, who number one, they're trying to make a movie that's entertaining, that sells, to get more people to buy their tickets, all right, or rent their videos, their DVDs, buy their DVDs, right, or too often they're making some propaganda thing, right, and that often sells too because they know that people like to feel good about themselves and about their country, so they'll spin it that way, all right. All right. And Hollywood, not only do they make up stuff like crazy, they hide stuff like crazy. You get such a distorted, ridiculous picture from a Hollywood movie, right? Unfortunately, the impact of Hollywood movies is the greatest. The weakest is academic. I mean, think about it. Right? What do you remember from high school? What do you remember from junior high school? Think about the history course you've taken, right? Now, I swear, you know, I would always take the accelerated courses, right? With all the smart kids, right? Right? Because in my school, if you get a B, right, it doesn't matter if it's a B plus or a B minus. If you get a B in an accelerated course, you get the same credit as an A on your GPA. So I would do just enough work to barely get a B minus, and I would get an A. I graduated with over a 4.0, right? You know, like top 3 or 4% in my high school, and I didn't do any work. You know, I didn't learn anything, right? I just scammed the system, right? So, you know, looking back, I don't remember anything from my high school history courses. Um, all right, and I'm sure a lot of people are the same way. And I know I've asked my students, right? Who's taking American history, for example, right? You know, there's a lot of students who don't even remember they took American history. It's just like it's just a dazed blur, right? Looking back. Now, the most impactful, unfortunately, which is the worst history, is Hollywood history, right? It's simple, it's canned, right? It's dramatic, it's entertaining, it's emotional, all right? You identify with characters and so forth. And unfortunately, it's the worst history. Now, I say this no matter the source here, you cannot rely upon any of these. If you really want to know history, you got to dig through original source documents. All right. So much of our history is a joke, even academic history, right? Either it's pathetic work, and I've seen a lot of poor work in history, or it's lies, right? Including the Pearl Harbor attack. And I'll give you an example today of a historian who was like the number one historian on Pearl Harbor, and how he just, he makes what I call lawyer lies, right? I'll explain that by the end. All right, so now what I want to do is lay out right away at the very outset what I'm going to conclude, right? So this is my outcome or conclusion, right? And I say this, I will show you how FDR totally manipulated the Pearl Harbor attack, all right? And I'm saying this, with full admission that FDR is hands down my favorite president. I mean, no one comes close for me than FDR. And FDR was an elite. He was related to 12 presidents, either directly or through marriage, right? And the thing about it is, from all I've read about FDR, I believe he was a decent man, right? As well as much of his cabinet. Right? I believe these are, good men who, decent men who were trying to do their best in a very terrible, desperate situation. Right? Things weren't good, back then in late 30s, early 40s. The situation was bad. It was dangerous. And FDR was flat out, in this situation, FDR was flat out brilliant strategically, right? He had brilliant strategic insight across the board, and he did not make a bad move, right? Unlike Hitler, who time after time screwed up meddling with his military leadership, his generals, right? And I say that it can even be said that Hitler was one of our greatest military assets, right? And now, he did start the war and he caused the war. That's, but once the war is going, right? His meddling, was one of the things that benefited us the most. And it could be said that if it were not for Hitler, the German military leadership could have won the war, right? Now, World War II was definitely our good war, right? It was a war that we had to fight. But don't be mistaken, right? That is not the norm, right? Most of our wars are not good wars, right? Now, most people think, oh, it's a great patriotic war. Of course it was good. Well, if you really want to be honest, if you really want to examine what's going on, no. Most of our wars were greedy expansionists in some way, whether territory or economics, right? Okay. So next thing I want to say is, so yeah, FDR. We'll focus on him really quickly. All right. This is my opinion. All right. FDR was a decent man. Here's FDR here. He's my favorite president, hands down. Brilliant military strategist. Right. And he was absolutely needed by our country at that time. Right. He was, you couldn't get a better man for the job. At that time. Right. And I say, the term noblesse oblige. I think I said that right. It's one of those French, terms which, I mean, well, why do they pronounce things the way they do? I don't know. But all right, but it means basically, the obligation of the nobles to do, what is best for the people, right? To sacrifice and do what's right, right? And I think, he exemplifies that, you know, perfectly. All right. So I say the situation was terrible, desperate situation, right? So what do I mean by that? And that relates to, I said that FDR was a great strategist. And one of the fundamental strategies, right, that I guess, defined the war was, the, Europe first, right? And this brief analysis, I'm going to tell you right now, it comes straight off the top of my head. All right, I didn't do like any research for this. It's just background knowledge. I know. All right, and it's very broad stroke. So I know people may want to like nitpick here. All right, and I'm going to say this, right? The reason why Europe first was a strategy is because the Japanese threat wasn't as bad as the German threat. So we'll talk about the Japanese threat. And for me, in my opinion, the Japanese threat was more regional, all right, specific to the Asia right here, all right. Um, the worst outcome would be loss of the China market. But if you think about it, the China market, no matter how long it was fabled to be this, uh, immensely profitable market, all right, it never really panned out for the United States up, through World War II, all right, and you know, the quest for the China market goes back at least as far back as Secretary of State Seward, who I also, see as a very brilliant strategic thinker here, one of our best, uh, almost on par with the FDR, right? And way back then, he was Secretary of State under Lincoln, and he was focusing on the China market. It's something that we got to attain to, and he took a lot of actions to develop that, but it never panned out as well as we thought for a number of reasons, which I'm not going to get into. All right, so let's take a look at the German threat. All right, so by the winter, December of 1941, when the Pearl Harbor attack occurred, right? Germany had conquered Western Europe, right? So let's see, there's Germany. That's roughly Germany right there, right? And not just Western Europe, they had their backside covered over in Eastern Europe too, right? So let's take a look at what they had. So Germany by this time had all Western Europe. They invaded through the Netherlands, through Belgium, France, conquered France, right? So they had all this, right? They're allied with Franco in Spain. All right, Portugal was on its own there, but I think Germany was just kind of ignoring it. Like, what does it matter? They're allied with Italy and allied with Hungary. They had annexed Austria. They had annexed portions of Czechoslovakia. They took half of Poland, right? Oh, no, actually, by then they're moving into Russia, right? In June of '41, that's where Operation Barbarossa started, right? So they got all of Poland. They got all of this stuff, right? All East Germany, right? Or they're allied. They're allied with Romania. They're allied with Yugoslavia, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Uh, so with that, Germany had all the production capacity of Western Europe, right? All the industries, in their pocket, whether directly controlled or, if not, at least they could tap the revenues from it. Um, and they're going for Russian resources, okay? And if you recall, Hitler wrote Mein Kampf. I think he wrote that in 1924. And then he talked about Lebensraum, and he talked about Ostpolitik, right? The idea that we need more land. We need to get more land for everything, from food resources, you know, and think about it, right? Right? Think about Germany. Uh, Germany is a very resource poor country. The greatest resources are the people. All right, hardworking, industrious, intelligent. But they don't have much. They don't have iron ore. They don't have aluminum ore. They don't have enough food to feed the people. They don't have oil. That's key, right? So it was getting its iron ore from like Sweden, I think western or eastern part of Norway or whatever. Um, that's where key iron ore sources. Um, but in Mein Kampf, Hitler complained, that the German population has outgrown its food capacity. Right? Similar situation as Japan, and he's saying we got to, he's saying that hey, these politicians, these weak politicians are saying, oh, we should get it through trade. He says, screw that, right? We're gonna go take it, right? These people have no backbone. He's saying, right? Mein Kampf, and that's what he did. He's going to take that, for example, the Russian grain belt, right? Ukraine has got great agriculture, and around Ukraine to the north and east of it is also good, all right. Russia's got oil. Their oil back then was Baku, Azerbaijan, right on the Caspian. Here's the Caspian Sea there, right on the western shores. In the middle of it is Baku, right? They also had Romanian oil. This is Romania right here. Is that Romania? Yeah, it's Romania, right? Romanian oil. The Ploesti fields, which were started by Standard Oil, right? Um, yeah, he allied with Romania, and then he's going for the minerals. This shows Russia, but it looks like a dividing line here between Siberia over here and the more European side of Russia here. And the dividing line is pretty much split by the Ural Mountains, which run down here, right? Ural Mountains have a pretty good source of minerals, right? All right. So he's going for that. He's going for those resources. And when you talk about oil, here's Baku, but what is right below, the Caucasus right there? You got Iran, right? All that Iranian oil, British Persian oil, right? And what's just to the west of there? You have Iraqi oil, right? That's Middle East oil at that time, right? Because Saudi oil, which turned out to be, much greater oil reserves, right? Well, that wasn't really discovered until I believe like the early 50s. I mean, they knew oil was there, but they didn't really hit the first wells until like the early 50s, I believe, right? All right, all right. So what does that mean? He's got all the production capacity of Western Europe. He's got all the resources he needs, right? He's got no, except for England, which is still holding out. He's got no European competitor at his back, right? So he has free access to whatever. Africa was a big site of European colonial competition, right? In fact, Germany had a few pieces of it, right? Prior to World War One, they lost pretty much everything, with World War One, right? But going into World War One, they had parts in southern East Africa and some southern West Africa, right? Now, right? He's got no competition at his back. Uh, Whatever resources he wants in Africa, whether it's food, whether it's diamonds, whether it's oil, whether it's gold, whatever, you know, he's got free access to it. Man, I'm doing this bad. God, I'm doing this bad. Uh, I'm gonna make this practice again. God, this is so horrible. So this is gonna be practice again. I'm just doing this bad. All right. But what do I say here? So what I'm saying is he's going for all the Russian resources, right? Now, all that oil in the Middle East, right? That's a lion's share of the world's oil. Uh, that's gonna make Germany the commercial powerhouse, right? Industrial commercial powerhouse. And if the industrial commercial powerhouse, that's going to make them the military powerhouse, right? And that's going to be Nazi Germany, right? Now, does that mean that, you know, like a lot of people, a lot of Americans tend to believe that Germany could have invaded the United States? I think that's such a remote possibility, right? Even if they consolidated all this, including South America, it's still a remote possibility, right? Think about the situation back in the early 40s, right? When we got Germany had zero amphibious ship capacity. The dedicated amphibious ships, LSTs, LSDs, whatever, right? Um, None of them, right? Early on they only had two main capital ships. The Bismarck and the Tirpitz, right? And they both were sunk. I don't know when the Tirpitz was sunk, but I know the Bismarck was sunk, I believe, in early 40. All right. Uh, and at the start of the war, they only had a handful of submarines. 40, 50 submarines, U-boats. All right. Now, could they have become a major threat? An amphibious threat? Well, maybe, but it would take a long time to build up, you know, from scratch, from zero, that amphibious landing force required. Not just the amphibious force, but all the merchant ships that have to come across, all the supply ships, all the escort ships, from carriers to they didn't have any carriers. I think they're trying to build a carrier on Bismarck class battleship, I believe they were, but they had no carriers, right? And all the cruisers, all the destroyers, so forth needed, right? Especially anti-submarine platforms, right? Because we would load the Atlantic with submarines, right, and sink all sorts of crap coming across. And the thing about it is, as they're building up, we'd see that, right? And we see that, and we say, "Holy crap!" Right? They have all Europe, they have Africa, they have if they have South America, right? We'll talk about it in a second, right? Well, what are they building this up for? They're looking to invade us, right? As they're building up, we build up even faster, right? So that would really just negate any of their efforts. And I see, amphibious invasion of the United States being a very difficult proposition, especially the long supply chains you got coming across here, which are wide open, subject to interdiction and attack, right? And then you got the United States. It's like, trying to go across the United States is going to be like going across all of Russia. It's a huge territory. It's huge land, lines of communication, each of which can be severed. Um, it's not easy, right? So what I think, the chance, the real impossibility of an amphibious attack upon the United States is super remote, right? But I'm saying they don't even have to do that, because they can just isolate us. They have all of Europe, all of Africa, all of Russian resources, if they acquire that, and they can make a big move into South America, which has kind of been, a goal of Germany since the German state was formed. And I'll give you a little bit of background. The German state was not very old. It formed with the Franco-Prussian War. That was kind of Bismarck's purpose of the war, was to weld all those German principalities and Prussia into a unified state, all right, using the war. And now, once the German state was formed, well, the European colonial competition was well underway, right? And a lot of the world was already carved up. You could say that the race for colonial empires accelerated with the end of the 19th century, right? And part of the acceleration was entry of Germany into the race, right? But we got involved too, right? But there wasn't much left for Germany, right? What did they eventually getting, right? They had scraps remaining. They got, like I said, they got some, southeast, Africa stuff here. Maybe some. I think it was around here. They had some stuff, right? A little further north on the west coast, right? And they had the Liaotung Peninsula. That was a big move into Asia. Was trying to set up shop there, not the Liaotung, the Shantung Peninsula. I'm sorry, Liaotung is up here. at Shantung. All right, they made that their focus, and that was one of the things that kind of kicked off the Spanish-American War that kind of spurred it. Um I'm not going to talk about that now. And they're trying to take a bunch of islands, in the Pacific that were still available. No, I know one of the things they're focusing on was Eastern New Guinea here, and islands right above that were what were they called? Bismarckian Islands or something. I forget now, right? And they're taking a bunch of other islands east of the Philippines, and I think they're like trying to get the Caroline Islands, a bunch of them, and I know they got one of the Marianas Islands, Saipan, right? After we took Guam, they moved in and took Saipan, right? So they were a competitor with us for these islands. These were islands that were critical for us, right? It was again commercial competition, right? Having sea access, having bases out there, and all right. So man, this is not very good. I'm doing a really poor job at this. Uh, that's practice. All right. So what was I saying? I did a better job of this yesterday. Okay. Oh, so yeah, that's the situation. So they're latecomers, and wasn't too much left for them. They're just getting scraps. The key thing that was left for them was South America, Latin America down here, and you could say the reason why stuff was available for them was because of the Monroe Doctrine, right? Now let's take a look at a bit of the history behind the Monroe Doctrine. You got to go back, really, really. I guess you go back to the Age of Discovery. You had Columbus coming across this way, right? Discovering, I guess, the stuff in the like Bahamas or whatever first, right? And then the Spanish settled in Americas. At the same time, the Portuguese had discovered Brazil, landed Brazil, and then they got that treaty, Tordesillas, I think it's pronounced right, where they basically split the colonial world between themselves, Portugal and Spain. They said, okay, Portugal, you get Brazil and everything to the east, right? We'll take everything to the west, right? So all the Americas go to the Spanish, right? So it's pretty much Spain dominating the Americas. All this territory here in the United States, the Western United States, and coming down to Mexico, Central America, South America down here, uh, on the west side of Brazil, down to Argentina. It was all Spanish, right? But then what happened was, you had the French Revolution, and then you had the French Revolutionary Wars, and then you had Napoleon. He invaded Portugal. I believe he invaded Portugal because Portugal became like a landing point for British goods, smuggle British goods into the continent. Oh man, I'm screwing this up. So, so during the Napoleonic Wars, Napoleon set up what's called the Continental System, which he's going to wage economic warfare against Britain. Britain already was blockading a bunch of ports, right? So you can say Napoleon responded in kind and said, "All right, you want to play some economic warfare? I'll play some economic warfare as well. We'll set up this continental system. You cannot trade with any, ports within the empire. He's gonna lock them out. Okay, all right, all right, and so England's trying to get goods into make some money, get some goods into Europe, and one of the routes was through smuggling through Portugal, right? So Napoleon invades Portugal, then he invades Spain. He puts his brother on the throne, right? And when it happened, he forces the king and his son to abdicate, right? And basically, he had a leaderless Spanish government now, right? So in 1810, all the Spanish colonies took that opportunity to break free, right? And it was like a jailbreak. They all did, like Mexico did, Colombia down here, Venezuela, Peru, and Argentina. Let's see, was that? There's five of them. Let's see, did I get them all? Mexico, Colombia, uh, Venezuela, Peru, and Argentina. Yeah, right. So in 1810, they all broke free, right? So Spain has its hands full over there, right? And there's nothing they can do about it, right? They're getting beat up in their homeland, during Napoleon's Peninsular War, right? And they all break free, and by 1821, most of them were free, I believe. I know Mexico finally finished up their independence by 1821. I think Argentina took a long time too. Venezuela was pretty quick, I think. All right. Anyways, so and then in 1822, Brazil goes independent. All right. So all of South America is independent, right? Except for a couple pockets here. There's French Guyana and Suriname, which is Dutch, and British Guyana up here, right? Small pockets, right? All the rest are free of European colonial control, right? So Monroe, is president. He comes in and says, "All right, hey, all right, situation's pretty clear down there, and U.S. has its eyes upon Central and South America, right? Commercial interests, and it says, yeah, Europe, you guys stay out. You're out now. You stay out, right? That's the Monroe Doctrine. There's going to be no colonial. You're not going to set up any colonial shop here, in Latin America, right? I mean, except for what was there already, like I said, French and British Guyana and Suriname, right? So with that, the French colonial expansion into Latin America pretty much ceased to expand from there, and now it was kind of virgin territory and an opportunity for the Germans. Once the German state was formed in 1871, right, and they didn't try to expand through formal colonial control, but what they did is they started populating it with German nationals, and setting up businesses and industries, and trading posts and so forth, and really started developing their commercial relationships with Latin America. And I believe that was a key competition to the United States, and probably one of the key reasons why. I didn't really research this yet, but I'm thinking just top of my head. That's one of the key reasons why we sided with the Allies during World War One, is because of the German threat into America. So, but think about this: British had, the greatest trade with Latin America. Uh, and that goes back to the Napoleonic Wars. Remember, I said how Napoleon set up his continental system to lock out Britain from trading with Europe, right? To wage economic warfare in Britain, right? Britain says, okay, yeah, you want to do that? Fine. We'll just throw a blockade in all your major ports, right? Those ports were huge because river transportation. Usually, those ports were at the mouths of rivers, and river transportation was, back then before trains and so forth. That was a key form of transportation. And if you block a port, not only are you blocking all the commercial activity in that port, you're blocking all the inland, you know, economies, which are largely agriculture, right, along that river, right, going inland. So Britain pretty much says, okay, fine, you want to do that, we'll blockade your ports. We'll see who screams first, right? And of course, the European countries were affected worse by this, and that as a result, that led to a lot of decreases of support for the Napoleonic system, right? Started fraying at its edges. All right, and the thing about it is, England didn't really suffer from this, because what they did was, pretty much every bit they lost from the European trade, they made up for and then some with increased commercial ties with Latin America. I mean, the volume of their commercial trade with Latin America was just, rapidly grew, right? So don't discount the Latin America, commercial, opportunity there, right? There's a lot of people down there, right? And Germany, and I'm saying, what I'm saying is, all right, so Germany doesn't have to invade the United States to be a threat to the United States. It doesn't even have to invade or colonize Latin America. All it has to do is, set up shop and develop its commercial relationships with Latin America. And the greater the commercial relationships, the greater the volume of ties with Germany, right? it's going to give them leverage, right? Maybe it's going to give them leverage to get treaty deals, maybe treaty on naval bases or whatever, right? And um, this is just a possibility. It's maybe a remote possibility, but if they really wanted to threaten the United States, they don't have to threaten us directly as far as our country. They can do a couple things here. Let's say they focus on getting Colombia. Colombia's right here, right at the root of Panama, right? If they establish a naval base there in Colombia, right, they can use that to threaten the Panama Canal, right? If push comes to shove, right? And I don't think the U.S. would stand for that. I think that would, Germany trying to close that. That would be grounds for a major conflict there, right? Maybe grounds for war, right? And you shut the Panama Canal, you're shutting the commerce from, everything coming down from the breadbasket here, United States to the West Coast, right? Including a lot of building material, and you threaten, all the East Coast manufacturing to the West Coast, right? And then back this way as well, right? You're really threatening a huge chunk of commerce, right? Now you can say that you can go back and rely upon trains, right? Trains are actually quicker, right? But trains are more expensive. It's roughly 3 times the cost, and for high value, low volume items, well, maybe that's not a big deal. But a lot of the stuff is bulk items, right? Grains or building materials, timber, or whatever, right? And it's going to be, high volume, high weight, right? And it's going to be a significant increase in transportation costs, right? You take it by train. So, all right. So that's important. And then the other thing is, if they really want to screw with the United States, push comes to shove, they would take Cuba, right? They don't have to attack the United States. If they take Cuba, right? You can see its location. It guards the mouth of the Gulf of Mexico, and again, they can shut down. They can shut down all the communication, coming from the breadbasket grain belts here, you know, to the East Coast, and all the East Coast manufactured goods back this way, and also the access to the Panama Canal this way, right? And that's something that has long been recognized. In fact, one of the things mentioned by Admiral Alfred Mahan in his book, "The Influence of Sea Power in History." The strategic location of Cuba, why it's important. Why we got to take that and make sure it doesn't fall in the hands of Europeans. So way back then, he recognized that, right? But I'm thinking of this: if they try to take that again, you know, we make a big move to counter that. They took that and they set up shop there, build a big naval base, made it secure, installed a lot of shore-based artillery, large caliber stuff, built a few airfields here and there, right? Spread them out. Well, that'd have been a problem. Um, okay, where are we at here? So, all right. So to me, wow, I spent a lot of time with this. To me, that was a major threat. Man, I can't spend this much time doing it again. All right, so I want to review. FDR was an elite, but don't forget about the Bonesmen, right? Remember this chart here I gave you about the Bonesmen, and I had FDR here. FDR was an elite, related to 12 presidents, and he's related to one of the board member or partners on. Brown Brothers Harriman, Morro Delano, right? But I fully believe that FDR was a decent man, right? Now that doesn't apply to these other Bones men, right? Remember Brown Brothers Harriman Bank? All these guys are partners in it, including Bush, right? And the Bush Bank, the Bush-run bank, Union Banking Corporation, right? Both those banks, Brown Brothers Harriman, Union Bank Corporation, they supported Adolf Hitler, his rise to power. They supported the Nazi Party, and they helped rebuild the Nazi war machine. All right, even up until November 1942, almost a full year after we've been at war in Germany, they're still, supporting the damn Nazis, right? And FDR had to shut them down, right? Yeah, right. So these guys, they're not doing the United States any favor, building up you know, Nazi Germany, who we're going to have to fight. All right. So now, uh, I know people are going to scream, who know nothing about the Pearl Harbor attack, and who knows nothing about the Pearl Harbor attack? Pretty much everyone. All right. Just here's an example. Just the other day, I went for a bike ride and, ran across people and I stopped and asked them, hey, you know anything about the Pearl Harbor attack? And I stopped and talked to 15 people. And this is not a scientific survey. I just randomly stopped, right? And out of 15 people, only 2 knew anything about the Pearl Harbor attack. And both of them knew only one very vague general thing, like, okay, December 7th. One person remembered just December 7th. That's it. One person remembered Japanese bomb ships. That's it, right? And I've taught this lesson on Pearl Harbor many, many times in many of my classes, right? And in every single class, and you typically, I have these college students, right? Young kids, right? And it's a class about 30, 35 students. And you ask them, well, what do you know about the Pearl Harbor attack? And you're lucky to get 1 or 2 people who know anything. And usually they only know like 1 or 2 things, right? But that's not going to matter. People are going to say conspiracy theory, conspiracy. They'll know nothing about it, and they'll scream conspiracy theory, especially when everyone else is screaming it, right? Knowing nothing, and all of them know nothing, right? Now, if I ask them to define conspiracy theory, and I have many people accuse me of, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, right? I'm like, okay, what is a conspiracy theory? You ask them, all right? And you know what? In every case, they damn struggle to make one sentence. So conspiracy forms the full perception of what's going on, right? And then we try to define it. It's like, it's when, you have some crazy guy who thinks the government can do anything, right? Or, something like that, right? When the government is like a bunch of idiots, right? Really, honestly, that's what they think, right? And so they struggle to form one sentence. Now, if they cannot verbalize it, given the fact that complex thought is based upon language, if they cannot verbalize it, they cannot conceive it. They have some like goofy, nebulous, distorted little, vague, fuzzy little, it's like a belly button fur ball in their head, right? And that forms their full identity, full conception. So, I was joking with a person, complaining about people say conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. No, it's more idiot theory, idiot theory. That's what really applies, and that's really kind of the case there, to be honest, right? And it sounds a little cruel, but that's really what's going on here. Then if I ask them to, anything about Pearl Harbor, the vast majority come up with nothing, right? So I say they're in my classes, 30 students, 1 or 2 will get 1 or 2 things. The most ever has been 3 things in a class, right? And they're all simple, basic, trivial things like, all right, December 7th, all right, old Hawaii, okay, Japanese bomb ships, sneak attack. Yeah, that's about it. That's really honestly about it. And then, some say, oh, I saw the movie, right? Which is kind of sad because what do we say about Hollywood history? Hollywood history is crap, right? And so I give the example of the movie Pearl Harbor. And, when the movie came out, I'm thinking, God, right? More crap history, right? And, it was a very popular movie back then. I don't know if people really retain things from it, right? But, as far as I know, it was a sneak attack. They helped reinforce stuff like this. Japanese bomb ships, sneak attack, right? No one knew, right? And it starred Ben Affleck. He's one of the guys, right? Here he is right there. And this is what Ben Affleck had to say about the movie, right? He says, I really believe the film will be the definitive piece on the attack, right? And when I read this, I was like, oh my God, it's crazy, right? The definitive piece on Pearl Harbor, that movie, that's not even a joke. That's almost like, it's so sad, it's pathetic, right? One thing I want to notice, one thing I noticed about this picture is it's amazing how shiny Ben Affleck's face is. I was wondering how they did this, right? And I was thinking, okay, you got Hollywood lighting. Maybe it's a hot day and he's a little sweaty, or maybe they just covered his face with Vaseline or something like that, right, to make it shiny. Uh, all right, so let's review Hollywood history. Hollywood history is an absolute joke, right? I mean, you got some things that are better than others, right? But most of it is just crap, right? But it is the most dominant history out of all the four, academia, History Channel, media, garbage, right? And then Hollywood history. Well, Hollywood history is the worst, right? But it's the most dominant history in the public mind. Why? Because it's canned. It's easy to, it's easy to take down, right? It's easy to digest. It's plus it has drama. It's entertaining. It has characters you can identify with, relate to, their hopes and aspirations. It has emotions. It has their lives at stake. It seems more real because you're dealing with real people here as opposed to abstract concepts, which would be like, what? What is, I don't really understand, or like yawn, fall asleep, right? Um, it has quests, they're trying to attain. There's danger, there's all sorts of hazards, and there's like love stories, right? And these are the typical elements of a drama, right? It's like, this is like formulaic, it's like cookbook, it's like, cookie cutter stuff, which you get in most of these movies, the same stuff, right? And that becomes your history, right? And I cannot stand Hollywood history. It just makes me sick. All right, so I want to say, um, the sources I use, principal source is uh, the Pearl Harbor attack papers. It's 39 volumes. It's a huge set. And when I first researched this, I actually researched this at the Public Library of Milwaukee, right? And then they had a limited set there. And then I went to Harold Washington Library in Chicago, and man, they had the full damn set, all 39 volumes, right? Just wonderful. And these guys are great at Harold Washington. They left those books on the cart for me. I'd go there day after day, and every day they bring it up from the basement, right? I usually go on the third floor. They bring it up from the basement, right? And they had it all set for me, and you just go through all those volumes. But more recently, I went back and I actually got, I photocopied actual documents, which I didn't do when I first researched this because, it's kind of pricey, all these damn documents. Um, so now you can just get this online. Everything is scanned online, all 39 volumes. You just go to this website here. You can check it out. Right, read every one of the 39 books here. So 39, eight congressional investigations, right? Why did they have eight? Well, I think people still had questions. People had doubts, right? You know, a lot of people think, well, these congressional investigations are really just whitewash, right? You can't trust them, right? You know, or whatever, right? And they had questions. So they kept doing these investigations. Um, Now, other sources include, New York Times, various diaries of key people in administration, met their memoirs, and also books by key people, right, written about the whole Pearl Harbor thing. Like Admiral Richardson was a book I can add in there, right? Admiral Kimmel himself wrote a book on it, right, explaining his side of things, right? Another book was, well, yeah. So three of these books were by naval officers who I really trusted. Kimmel wasn't a bad guy. You could say he's defending himself, but Richardson was solid, right? And so was Theobald, Admiral Theobald. Just solid guys, right? All right. Okay. Now I want to show you real quickly my notes. Let's see here. Where are we at here? No. That's World War One. Okay. Well, okay. So here's Pearl Harbor, right? Some of my sources that I cite here, and what I do is a lot of my stuff I hand transcribed, copied it, right? Some of it I just copied the actual a source, and so it's actually is the actual source, or I hand transcribed it. These are I copied it word for word here from the sources. This is Admiral Richardson. All right, and then a lot of them, I get to the actual documents, right? These are the original documents, photocopies of it. Um, all right, so when you see the really like aged paper here, the brownish paper, that's coming from the Imbiblo site, which is North Carolina University's documents collection. They scan, every page of this thing for us, right? Um, all right, so these here are actually the messages targeting Pearl Harbor. There were 24 of them. Uh, and let's see here. Oh, this is Ambassador Gru. Hand transcribed this. This is a warning by Ambassador Gru that Japan is planning to attack Pearl Harbor. We'll get to all this stuff. All right. So yeah, you see this, and a lot of these are well, this is a New York Times report, stuff happening that day, what's being reported in the papers, right? Um, okay. All right. So more stuff in the papers. A lot of this stuff is like orders and communications between naval officers, between top government officials, so forth. All right. So that's kind of my sources. Here's some orders and so forth. Uh, all right. All right. So uh, now, when I teach this to a sociology class, I introduce the sociologist perspective here of Pearl Harbor, and I say, from a sociologist perspective, Pearl Harbor is an example of one, how history is cooked up to artificially manufacture a moral consensus. That's a concept in the sociological school, theoretical school called functionalism, right? Moral consensus is common beliefs, right, that help build up our positive self identity, within a group within a population, right? The latent underlying function of history in creating pride and loyalty to one's nation, right? That's functionalism also. The power of symbols and their use to control perceptions and actions, symbolic interaction, and you can say that these are very powerful symbols, splashed across the front. But even if you just have a headline, right? The Japs bomb Pearl Harbor or whatever, right? Sneak attack, right? But you show these pictures as well, boy, it becomes real and it becomes terrifying, right? If you had video, they didn't really have too much television back then, but it's even more so, right? Uh, it's an example of how human resources are controlled by controlling morale, motivation, and that's conflict theory, right? Controlling, human motivation, controlling people, all right? And this is important, right? So conflict theory looks at resources and how to control them. That's one of the things I look at, and you could say that the two main categories of resources are material resources and human resources. Of the two, really, you could say that human resources are the most critical because it's humans who do things, humans that make things happen, humans who use those resources, who design things, create things, whatever, right? Who provide the work, right? And you got to control them, right? This is an example of how morale can be made, right? Uh, how people can be motivated, right? No one wanted that war. Just a few months before the war, no one, like 88% were against the war, right? And then once they attacked Pearl Harbor, people fought like mad dogs, right? Up until the last day of the war. Think about it. The last island invaded in the Pacific Theater, which is the last part of the war, right? Was Okinawa, and I've seen documentaries in Okinawa, and I've seen the soldiers who landed there, right, and fighting, right, and they're, to a T, they're saying, man, we fought like mad dogs. Why? Because of Pearl Harbor. Um, it was effective. All right, so this is an example of how true power is not simply getting people to do things against their will and against their interests. And that's one of the things that's stated in conflict theory, right? You got power. If you get people to do things against their will and against their interests, right, that gives you power. What real power is you get them to want to do things, right? That is against their will and against their interests, right? If you can do that, that gives you real power, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's what FDR and his administration did. I'm saying, what sets them apart is they they got people to want something that they knew they needed, but the people didn't know they needed, right? That they had to fight this war. Um, so that's the whole thing upon it hinges. That makes it from a bad war to a good war. That overall the whole motive here was good. Um, all right, there probably had been preemptive attacks by liar deniers on especially this. I'm doing this kind of ragged, right? And what happens is they're gonna attack right away. And do they attack anything specific? No. What they do is create a wave. I call it an idiot wave because that's what it is. It's not based on anything. They pass a conspiracy theory and they get everyone saying this, and no one knows jack. No one follows jack. No one retains anything except the wave dominates. That's it. What people are saying. And if everyone's saying it's crap, it's bullshit, it's crazy, it's conspiracy theory, that's it. That's the reality, based on nothing, right? So they'll attack preemptively, he's crazy, or they'll attack, usually a day after. They wait for everything to fade. But you know what? No one's going to remember anything. Right after I teach this, no one's going to remember anything. They don't retain things, right? So they'll conduct a Mark Antony method the next day, right? When, everything's faded, including the overall impression has faded. Um, all right, so, let's see here. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start with a quote from the Secretary of War. This guy Stimson. I forgot his first name here. Um, he said. He said in testimony to Congress. One of the investigations. I said there were 8 of them, right? He said he gave the same testimony a couple places. Here's one place he gave it. He said it a little bit different, but basically he said the same thing a couple times. He said the question was how we should maneuver them, the Japanese, uh, into the position of firing the first shot without too much danger to ourselves. It was a difficult proposition. So what is he saying? We got to maneuver the Japanese into attacking us, right? Firing the first shot without too much danger to ourselves, right? There's actually a little bit more danger, than expected, and maybe I'll cover this later. What my guess is, they really anticipated. I don't know if I'll cover this. Well, I probably whetted your appetite, so I'll cover it now, right? All right, now before we get, I have to develop this bit by bit, but I'll jump ahead. Now, the U.S. cut off oil to Japan, simultaneous with the British and the Dutch. All sources of all sources of oil to Japan were cut off same day, July 25th, 1941. And we knew they had to go to war. From multiple sources, multiple things, we knew from their own mouth they said they have to go to war, right? We'll go through all the ways that we knew. Without any doubt, they'd have to go to war. We cut off oil. Okay. Now, after we cut off oil, shortly thereafter, well, actually, early November, they sent the first message, and they sent 7 messages after that, citing November 25th as a deadline to get negotiations to restore oil. Right. And he said after that, right, things are automatically going to happen. Now, I'm willing to bet that they weren't told by this is the foreign ministry, the diplomats. We've broken their codes, right? They weren't told by the Japanese military leaders what's going to happen. They're told you get this done by then because things are automatically going to happen. And the Japanese were panicked. They knew this meant war. The diplomats, right? They're not stupid. They know that they're going to have to go get oil, and it's going to be a military attack to get oil, right? So now. We knew that's a deadline. And then on November 25th, we knew through intelligence that the entire Japanese fleet Both northern and southern fleets had gotten underway, so we know the attack is on. And then what we did a number of things to open a door for them. One of the things is the very next day, on November 26th, Admiral Stark, who's the chief of naval operations, ordered the carriers to take on Army P-40 Warhawk, fighter planes, which are not carrier, capable planes with no arresting hook, right? And to ferry them on what I call like a UPS missions. Hey, go send these to Midway and Wake Island, right? Way out of the way, opening the door for an attack. Now, I believe this. This is my belief, okay? And I found nowhere where they said this. The guys in the know, right? Like Stimson and all these guys, right? I believe they're trying to clear out all of Pearl Harbor, the whole fleet, right? But that didn't happen, right? What happened was, and I read Kimmel's book, right? He has a book, it's not as big and extensive as Richardson's, but he's got a book in which he's talking, his side of the story, and he said that, hey, listen, the reason why I left the battleships there is because we're on this quick delivery mission. It was far more important that we maintain speed, right? Now those battleships, he had carriers which were, at that time, modern day carriers, capable of mid 30 knots, right? Mid 30 knots, let's say it's 33 knots. Well, that's pushing 40 miles an hour, right? Those ships can move, right? Those cruisers were fast. Destroyers were pretty fast too, right? So the carrier force there is going to be pretty quick. But the battleships left at Pearl Harbor, right? Those battleships were World War I vintage. I don't believe initially they were even oil. I believe they were coal when they were initially fueled ships initially, as far as I remember. At least some of them, right? When they're first laid, right? We got into this whole oil fueled boilers, right? Late in the game compared to Britain. Britain was the first ones to get it. Britain was with the first ships that, they had a few battleships during World War I that were oil burners, right? So these were old ships, and each of them were designed roughly the same. I think they're roughly the same class. They're designed. They were commissioned either at the end of World War I or shortly thereafter. So they were basically World War I vintage battleships. They're old, and each of them had max speed of like 21, maybe 22 knots. Some of them even less for whatever reason, like 19 to 22 knots, right? Now that's slow, right? Plus they're going to be gas guzzlers. They're going to be, consuming a lot of oil. And this is what Kimmel said. He said, they're going to be a drag on us. They're going to slow us down. They're going to make us more vulnerable, right? They're not going to enhance our defense here. They're making us more vulnerable. It's going to be primarily, if we run into something, it's going to be carriers, right? The battleships will slow us down. And he said that we didn't have the oil. There were two battle groups there. There's the Enterprise and the Lexington battle group. Enterprise was going to Wake Island to deliver planes, and Lexington was going to Midway, right? And I believe he said that each of those had only one oiler each, one tanker, right? It has limited fuel. He said, hey, I didn't have fuel for them, right? My only option was to leave them there. And I'm thinking that these guys, when he says here, we wanted to minimize the amount of danger to us, so let them strike us, but minimize the danger. I bet that they intended that when they ordered the carriers out, they would take the whole damn fleet, everything, the whole kitchen caboodle out, right? Including the battleships. But, you cannot fault Kimmel by this, because tactically he was right on, right? And he made the right decision there based upon what? His limited knowledge of what's going on, right? So he left the battleships behind, and of course the battleships were whacked, right? That's just my guess. I don't think these guys intended for the battleships to get whacked. I mean, there's no way. They intended to clear out the whole fleet so nothing's there except maybe some few auxiliaries and some handful of destroyers, whatever, right? And then you whack the air base there, and you whack maybe fuel storage was what they did, right? But all the ships would be out. So that's my guess, right? All right, so my conclusion is this. My conclusion is FDR administration not only knew the attack was coming, they in fact maneuvered Japan into attacking and then opened the way for a successful attack. So they maneuver Japan into attacking, and then they open the door, right? Now that sounds crazy. You think, oh, conspiracy theory, right? I know people are going to scream that. People who know nothing, right? And I say, okay, just please, just wait and see, right? Wait till the facts are laid out. Now I know no one's, people aren't going to retain the facts. So this is what I do. I'll show you before I even get there. Now I'm giving you first of all, I'm giving you like in a bare bones, account of this, right? Because I know that people aren't going to retain the facts. At the very end, I draw a picture. All right, this is kind of a joke, but um, when I was a kid, my mom, if we, my mom asks us to do something, tells us to do something, we're acting stupid, right? Just trying to avoid it, right? She'd always say, "What? Do I have to draw you a picture?" Right? And we like, yeah, that would help, right? You know, kind of faking we don't understand it, just to kind of yank her cord, right? But it's kind of true, I know you got to draw a picture, right? And I do this all the time. It's called a graphic organizer. You got to put everything together in one page because otherwise you can't keep all these facts in your head, right? It's a blur. You don't retain any of them by the end of this. Without really studying, you got nothing in your head. So I got to draw a picture, right? And show how it all reinforces the conclusion. They all reinforce each other. And again, the conclusion I come to is exactly the quote I gave above. The FDR administration not only knew the attack was coming, they in fact maneuvered Japan into attacking. And then once they knew it's underway, they opened the door for the attack, right? For a successful attack. Now I know people are going to say, no way, not Uncle Sam, not USA, right? They're going to wave the flag, right? But, and they're going to know nothing. All right. Why? That's human nature. That's about what people want to believe, right? As opposed to what's really real. All right. And I'm saying this. I'm saying, you know what? If I were FDR, I'd probably do the exact same thing. If I was as smart as him, I'd probably do the exact same thing, right? You put together the big picture, how bad it was, right? How threatening it was, and how Americans didn't want to go to war, right? So anyway, so here is the Pearl Harbor attack. You know how I did for, if you remember, how I did for the Iraq invasion war, and also for the Gulf of Tonkin incident. I laid out a timeline, all the things that were done. Now those two things show clear patterns, right? This doesn't show a real clear pattern. It just kind of lays out all the things that were done, kind of along the line here. So I'm going to ignore this, right? And just get into the things that occurred, all right? So I'm going to give you a little bit of background behind Nazi Germany. By 38, it's already Nazi Germany. Hitler's in power. He's hardcore in power, right? And in March of 38, he conducts what's called the Anschluss. It's German annexation of Austria. It's kind of like a long goal they had of it. They finally do it. And they annexed Austria. They joined them together. And then later in the same year, September 30, they signed the Munich Agreement with Neville Chamberlain. Now I forget who the French representative was, right? But it's like, remember Neville Chamberlain comes back with and says, hey, we're going to have peace in our time, whatever, right? I guaranteed it, right? Right? Basically, he appeased them, and Germany, by agreement, takes the Sudetenland. Sudetenland is parts of Czechoslovakia here, Western Czechoslovakia, that, in these brown sections were primarily German-speaking people, German ethnic background people, and Hitler used the excuse, well, they're being persecuted and, whatever, abused and discriminated against, whatever, right? So he annexes this area. That's called the Sudetenland. It's a German-speaking part of Czechoslovakia. The remaining is called Bohemia, Moravia. But then he goes, about 6 months later, he takes the rest of it. So he takes Bohemia, Moravia, and what's Hitler thinking, right? He's thinking, damn, this is easy, right? Got this without a fight. And he's like, damn, this is easy. Got this without a fight. And he's like, now here he's like, well, it worked twice. Let's see if it works again. So He does it again, right? Then he's like, oh man, it worked 3 times. Let's see if it works again. And he goes and he tries to invade Poland in September of '39, right? And by this time, Britain and France is like, oh my goodness, enough is enough. You know, if we don't stop him here, he's just going to keep going, right? And he would have, no doubt about it. Hitler would have kept going, right? Getting stuff for free without a fight. So Britain and France declare war on Germany, and World War II begins. All right. All right. Now Hitler invades Poland. He takes Poland in a matter of weeks. All right. Pretty easy. And then he wants to turn to Western Europe. All right. That fall, he wants to go into Western Europe. He wants to go against, invade Western Europe in the fall right away, against the advice of his generals. Right. His generals want to wait till the spring, but the weather turned bad, so that kind of forced Hitler to say, okay. One of the few times he went with his generals. All right. So he holds off invading Western Europe until the spring. But in the meantime, a month after the war starts, Roosevelt's thinking, oh my goodness, things are going bad here, right? And then Ambassador Grew, who is the Japanese ambassador, this fellow here, you know, he looks like a movie star, actually, right? So Joseph Grew, ambassador to Japan, flies back from Tokyo to Washington, somewhere over here, and he meets with Roosevelt twice. And he wrote in his diary, right? In both my talks with the president, I brought out clearly my view that if once we start sanctions against Japan, we must see them through the end, and the end may conceivably be war. I also said that if we cut off Japanese supplies of oil, and if Japan then finds she cannot obtain sufficient oil from other commercial sources to ensure her national security, right, which is her national survival, right, she will, in all probability, send her fleets down to take the Dutch East Indies. Here's the Dutch East Indies. Here's Japan, right? FDR replied, then we can intercept her fleet, jump them on the way, right? I got this quote from 2 sources. This comes from Grew's diary. I didn't find Grew's diary personally. I tried to request it, but I couldn't get a hold of it, right? But I got this in the Prize, which is I'm going to say, a very credible, very well respected, very, very well, impeccably researched book by a very smart guy named Daniel Yergin. He wrote a book on the history of the oil industry. It's a solid book. And then another book called Road to Pearl Harbor. So bottom line, FDR. So what does this mean? Bottom line, at this point, early in the war, right, way before Pearl Harbor, over 2 years before Pearl Harbor, FDR knows that if oil's cut off to Japan, they're going to have to go and take Dutch East Indies, right? Which is a site of U.S. Oil industry, because there's 3 nations that have oil industry there: Dutch, British, and U.S. The U.S. was a conglomerate, a combined company between Standard Oil of New Jersey and Standard Oil of New York, right? They combined to form, I forget what the name of this company, but that was their Dutch East Indies operations, right? What was the name of that company? I can't think of it right now. Right, but it was basically formed the Standard of New Jersey and Standard of New York. All right, so here's the thing, right? So here's Japan, right? Well, where's Japan getting its oil from? Well, primary source is Dutch East Indies, right? We're close by, buying it from the U.S., British, and Dutch, and another source is U.S. oil from the mainland here, California, Texas are main ones, a little bit in Oklahoma at that time, right? And then Persian Gulf oil. For Britain, it's Iran was big, right? Iraq maybe a little bit, right? But is there any chance Japan's going to take U.S. oil, invade California? No, it's like zero chance. Again, the logistical problem of a full amphibious landing, not just of making the landing, but then sustaining the lines of communications for an ongoing operations in our country is like, it's just crazy, right? They're not going to take California. They're not going to take Texas, right? They're not going to take Iranian oil. right? They're spread their fleet. They're concentrated here in their defensive zone. They're going to spread it further to two oceans, right? Spread it along the ways here, and then they got to get oil through key strategic choke points. Straits of Hormuz there, which can be blocked easily. Tip of India, which could be like loaded with naval forces, getting through the Malacca Straits. Singapore was the gateway there. Kind of like the Gibraltar between. Gibraltar is British gateway control between Atlantic and the Mediterranean. Well, they controlled all the key choke points, right? They controlled the Malacca Straits with Singapore, right? That was the Gibraltar between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, right? Well, they're not getting oil from there, right? Their only chance of getting oil is Dutch East Indies right here, okay? All right. Now to take the Dutch East Indies, they got to take Indochina on the northern flank. They got to kick out the British off the left flank here, right? They got to kick the Americans out here, right? Right, to get oil back to Japan, and then they got to jump across and get the Dutch East Indies. Once they got that secure, they got all the secure, right? All the flanks secure. Then they get oil back to Japan. Right, that's a pretty simple strategic problem. I mean, you give a high school kid a map, and they'll figure it out. Right, there's nothing to that. Right. All right. So that happened. So early on, FDR knows that oil could be a key lever for Japan. All right. Now April 1940, FDR orders the American naval fleet to Pearl Harbor. Right, and back then there was only one fleet. There wasn't an Atlantic fleet and a Pacific fleet. There was only one fleet, and the commander of the entire fleet was Admiral Richardson, commander of the U.S. fleet. And so he's ordered from San Diego, this is the base for the American fleet, to Hawaii here, right? And the reason for this was as deterrence for Japanese aggressions in the Far East here, expansion of their, right? I mean, I don't know how much of a deterrence it is additionally. I mean, it is a symbol, it's a signal that we are invested, okay, by sending the ships out here. But is it really going to have any sort of tactical advantage when it's the lion's share of distance is still far away, right? But will it make the fleet vulnerable for attack? Yeah. I mean, just one thing, you don't have 360, to guard here. You got only 180. Right here, you got 360, right? But it's closer. It's more feasible logistically to attack by Japan, right? So anyways, is it really more of a deterrent, or is it just making them more vulnerable? Well, Admiral Richardson was complaining that it's making them more vulnerable. So he says this in his book. He said, hey, Pearl Harbor has insufficient air defense, making the fleet highly vulnerable to attack. They only had a handful of B-18s. And B-18s were like this. B-18s were a very limited capacity aircraft. There's a twin-engine bomber, which is actually a very poor quality bomber, which never really saw much action in World War II, other than I think it was used for anti-submarine patrols and so forth. Right, that's about it. Right, dropping depth charges. They had limited range, limited payload. Everything was limited about this thing, right? All right, and then he said Pearl Harbor lacks logistical and maintenance facilities. All right, that can make them more vulnerable, right? He said it imposes morale problems. Also, it has insufficient manpower. Richardson complained that he had shortage of manpower situation. And then he says this is the key thing. He said about this time, he said, I feared that the president would order an overt act which would bring on war. So this is just one man's opinion in one statement, but you'll see that there's more, and there's more people here, right? So he thinks, in his opinion, that FDR is looking to get us into the war, and he was right on, right? Well, you'll see. Don't take my word for it. I'll show you as we go along here. All right. Now, May 10th, remember I said Hitler listened to his generals for once, and he delayed the attack upon Western Europe until the spring. Well, they launched it on May 10th, and they launched a blitzkrieg that rushes across, Netherlands, Belgium here, and then sweeps down into France. All right, and within 6 weeks, uh, they conquered it. Right, they got the British and French running retreat across the English Channel. At Dunkirk. All right, I guess Dunkirk did that conclude on the 24th? It either started or concluded on the 24th. I think by the 24th, they're pretty much out. Right, so that's 6 weeks. Right now, the thing about it is, you compare that to World War One. Right now, keep in mind that most military people conceive of the current war in terms of the last war. Right, that's a conceptual framework that helps define in your mind the current war initially. Right, well, in the last war, which is World War One, right, you had 4 years of stagnant stalemate on, for example, the Western Front, where you're barely moving 100 yards this way, 100 yards back the other way, over 4 years with massive bloody, lives lost, destruction, right? And you're barely moving. Well, you know, who would expect that within 6 weeks he takes all of Western Europe, right? So, like I said, here's Germany. Well, this is modern day Germany. It's not exactly what it was. He's got half of Poland, right? He's got Austria in his belt. He's got Czechoslovakia, a big chunk of it, right? He's got Hungary as an ally. He's got Romania as an ally. He's got Yugoslavia as an ally. He's got Italy as an ally. He's got Franco here in Spain as an ally. Now he's got all this. He's got all this under his belt. He's got, well, let's see, yeah, right? His only thing that's standing out here is England, right? Um, that's a bad situation, and who would expect that in 6 weeks? So, what happens is by mid June, right? FDR and Congress, they're in crisis mode, right? And this is from Admiral Richardson's book. He's saying, "Oh man, this, they're doing stuff to get ready," right? He said June 14th, it's authorized 11% naval expansion. June 15th, increase in naval aircraft, triple them. You got 3,500, he says, right? Well, you triple them to 10,000 planes. That was the plan, right? You know, pronto. And then July 1st, Navy contract to build 44 new ships. Then on July 19th, expand the Navy from a single ocean to two ocean Navy. Then on September 9th, Navy contracts to build 210 new ships. So this is big time, right? They're getting ready. And this is when the Battle of Britain's going on, and it's still pretty, I'd say, touch and go here. And maybe they're realizing that maybe there's a good chance we're going to win this Battle of Britain by September 9th, right? And they're building 12 aircraft carriers. We'll talk about in a second, and 7 battleships. So they're building up, right? Getting ready. And this is a big part of this is the wisdom and insight of FDR, right? He knows we got to get ready, and he was getting ready. You could say he was getting ready since the late 30s, right? Mid June. Okay. Now, so what happens is by the 24th, right? Germany has all of this. Their next step is to invade and conquer Great Britain, right? Not an easy prospect. Remember, I told you how Germany had basically zero amphibious ships, all right, and that was their state of things. They didn't have much of a navy, all right. For example, here's an example. Before this attack here on May 10th, on April 9th, 1940, they attacked Denmark here. Denmark is that little peninsula that sticks out on top of Germany. The Danes here. And then they invaded Norway here, the coast, right? And I think a big part of this is they're securing the shipping lines here, the Skagerrak, Kattegat, right? But also, key thing is they're securing their source of Swedish iron ore, right? Taking Norway here. Remember I said that Germany was really resource poor. Well, their source of iron ore was Swedish, and I think part of Norway had iron ore, right? Well, they're making sure that they have access to that. They invade first up here and secure that, right? Before they make a move into Europe. And when they did that, they land, when they invaded Norway, right? You think they landed with these, specialized amphibious, transport ship? No, they packed soldiers into destroyers. right? Pulled up to the pier side, right? With rapid assaults, right? I mean, that's it, you know. And you know what they're planning on invading England with? The main thing they're going to use is, you know, they're gonna confiscate these transport barges, whatever, coal barges, timber barges, right? You know, hook into a towboat, tow their troops across, right? Put them on destroyers too, right? Right now, that's not a good situation for them, right? They have limited ability, and you're thinking about going against, sending them across against the world's largest navy at that time, which is Great Britain's most capable navy, you know, in ships and in submarines, right? All those guys going across are just going to be slaughtered and drowned, right? They're going to be sunk and drowned, right? So the only way they can get those troops across is if they suppress the navy in that channel, and the only way to do that is to control the air, right? If you control the air over it, you can whack any ship that tries to get in there, all right? So the Battle of Britain, the whole purpose of the Battle of Britain was to suppress the British Royal Air Force, all right? That was the target, especially the fighters, knock down the fighters, and then you can control the air over that, right? Without fighters, right, you can't send bombers, they're just going to get, slaughtered. Um, so the Battle of Britain was to knock down the British Royal Air Force, and that begins on July 10th. By pretty much October 31st, the whole battle's over, right? Germany failed, right? Britain held out. A big part of that is, Hitler's shift the focus on bombing the cities, shifting resources away from attacking the airfields and planes, right? Knocking down the planes, and that was one of many Hitler's strategic blunders. Their air force was, hanging by a thread, so to speak, and he gave them some breathing room by going after the cities. All right. On July 2nd, 1940, Roosevelt signs the National Defense, and this is a quote, Act passed hurriedly after the Nazi invasion of Western Europe. Yeah, they're in crisis mode, right? Section 6 gave the president the power to control exports. That would be the lever with which to regulate oil supplies to Japan. So on July 25th of next year, he would cut off oil to Japan, and this was the legal basis which gave him power to do so. All right, and this is a quote from the prize, Daniel Yergin. Okay, all right. Let's see here. So July 8th, Admiral Richardson. Remember, he met with Roosevelt in the spring. Now he meets with him midsummer, July 8th, and he says, quote, I came away with the impression that despite his spoken word, the president was fully determined to put the United States into the war. If Britain could hold out, Battle of Britain stuff. Well, Battle of Britain's going to start in 2 days, but Germany's is heading for Britain next, until he was reelected, right? So Battle of Britain's going to begin in 2 days. Norway's already going on, all right? So this is Admiral Richardson, right? He's very critical of FDR, but you know what? I didn't think he's taken into consideration the European picture, which was bad, right? FDR didn't do what he did. All right, July 19th, 1940, FDR authorizes a two-ocean navy, orders construction of 10 more Essex-class carriers. 3 were being built. What do we have by then? We had the Langley, which I don't know if it was really functional. We had Yorktown class, 3 of them, I believe. What do we have also? I think there's a couple more. The Wasp was in there somewhere. So plus we're building 3 Essex class by then. We're going to build 10 more. 13 more are going to be built, and by the end of the war, 24 Essex class would be built over time. And these were very significant upgrades of capability. For example, I believe the Yorktown class was roughly 26,000 ton displacement, right? Essex class only almost doubled that at 40,000 tons. So the Enterprise, the famous, Big E, right? Went through the whole war, survived it, right? Only 26,000 ton displacement, right? But the Essex class were a big upgrade on that. And another thing that they would do, this is a Roosevelt thing also, he pushed for these independence class carriers, saying, hey, listen, right, we need to get carriers out there fast, right? Fastest way is use a hull that's already, being used already, that's already, being built, right? Just build more of them. And there was the independence class was based upon a cruiser hull, right? Pretty capable, right? Maybe definitely a step down from the Essex class, but you can get these out there fast, and they're still very capable, right? And we also built a number of Jeep carriers, right? So we had huge industrial capacity. They called United States the arsenal of democracy. Well, no other nation had the industrial capacity that we did. I mean, this goes back even to the turn of the century, 1900. Um, by the turn of the century, 1900, the U.S. was producing more steel than all other nations in the world combined. We were just pumping out the steel, right? We exceeded everyone big time. Uh, all right, let's see here. So September 2nd, 1940, FDR sends 50 U.S. destroyers to United Nations, to Great Britain, right? And yes, well, what for? Well, we're sending Britain stuff, and we're going to be sending them more stuff. You might as well protect it if you're going to send it. So that's the purpose of this, right? Makes sense. September 22nd, Japanese move into northern Indochina as per agreement with Vichy France. I'll use the map to give you an idea. All right. So, the reason why I mention that, one of the reasons is because a lot of historians get it wrong and they say Japan invaded Indochina. Well, they moved in, they occupied, right? But they didn't do so under an aggressive military invasion. They did so with authorization from the French Vichy government. Remember, by basically June of 1940, France was conquered by Germany. The new government is installed, the Vichy government, which is allied with Germany. And because they're allied with Germany, they give authorization to Japan to occupy northern Indochina. All right, here's northern Indochina, right? And yeah, okay. You'll see that after we cut off oil, they move into southern Indochina, set up shop in Saigon, getting ready to jump across to Malaysia, right? To go for that Dutch East Indies oil, right? Now, a key thing that happened is on September 27th, Germany, Japan, and Italy signed a treaty called the Tripartite Treaty. And in this treaty, they agreed to go to war with any nation which attacked any one of the other nations. All right. So I say U.S. here is because really this only applied to the U.S. This treaty was directed solely at the U.S. It was meant to keep the U.S. out of the war. And the reason why I say that is the Soviet at this time, the only two major nations that were either not conquered by Germany or at war with Germany was the U.S. and Soviet Union, right? But the Soviet Union had non-aggression pact with Germany at the time, right? So this is focused on the United States, right? Right, and it's meant to keep the U.S. out of the war, and it's meant to be a deterrent. You attack any one of us, all three of us are going to gang up on you, right? So it's meant to keep the U.S. from doing anything, keep us out of the war. But the thing about it was, it had the exact opposite effect, right? It was meant to keep the U.S. out of the war, but it became our angle into the war, our angle of getting war with Germany. All right. In fact, Prince Kanoe, who was the Prime Minister of Japan, on October 3rd, is reported to have said in their diplomatic, he didn't. I didn't get his quote yet, but people were reporting, the Japanese Foreign Ministry, in intercepted messages. It was reported that he now regrets signing the treaty. Right, sees that, and he says he takes responsibility, sees that the dangers involved with this treaty now. Right, that is not going to keep them safe. It's going to get them involved, and you'll see how that they understand. Well, when I get to it, I'll show you more about their understanding of this. And another statement is by the Secretary of Interior Ickes, who on October 18th wrote in his diary. He said, "Hey, we cut off oil to Japan. We're going to get a war with Japan, right? And of course, if we go to war with Japan, we're going to go to war with Germany. And that's the key thing that they wanted, right? Because they knew that Germany was a key strategic threat, right? So yeah, that's again referring to the tripartite treaty, right? Uh, Now, October 7th, 1940, U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer Commander McCullum, this guy here, submits to FDR a plan against Japan. It has 8 action items intended to induce Japan to commit an act of war. Uh, and after he lists these 8 items, right, he says, if by these means Japan could be led to commit an overt act of war, so much the better, right? Now, this is actually the key thing going on here, right? All right, October 9th, FDR starts conducting the plan, actually, item A of the plan, right? And then from what I researched, they did 8. I found they did 7 of the 8 items. And another example is item D, because it becomes kind of important here. I'll mention that quickly here. Item D was planning on sending threatening cruiser patrols, in the Western Pacific, and that's being planned and discussed on October 10th. Down here, we'll talk about that down here, right? And I just offer this as an appetizer, you know. On February 11th, a few months later, they're still talking about this plan, and Admiral Stark, right, who is the top Navy admiral, the chief of naval operations, he writes a letter to FDR and says, as per our conversation the other day, right, as I understand it, you're willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 of the cruisers, but not 5 or 6. Yeah. So sacrifice 1 or 2 cruisers, right? All right. So they conduct 7 of these 8, right? But none of them are enough to bait Japan into attacking until they cut off oil. That became the key thing. The thing that Japan said, we can't survive without oil, right? And that required war. All right. Now, in October 8th, the very next day here, Admiral Richardson again meets with FDR, and this is what he said about the meeting. He said, quote, I asked the president if we are going to enter the war. He replied that if the Japanese attack Thailand, right here, or the Kra Peninsula, which is the Malayan Peninsula down here, or the Dutch East Indies, which is where they have oil here, we would not enter the war. That even if they attacked the Philippines, which is right here, he doubted whether we would enter the war. But that they could not always avoid making mistakes, and that as the war continued and the area of operations expanded, sooner or later they would make a mistake and we would enter the war. This caused me to think that he meant sooner or later the Japanese would commit an overt act against the U.S. and with the result that the citizens of the United States would be willing to enter the war. All right. So that's one man's opinion again, that he's trying to manipulate the population into accepting the war, right? Trying to get Japan to make a mistake, to sucker them into a mistake, right? And that comes one day after McCullum's plan to sucker Japan into attacking us, right? Now, what's also key about this statement by Roosevelt is it shows that he clearly understands the oil situation and what Japan's going to have to do if oil's cut off to it. Right? I'm thinking, I know Roosevelt's a smart man. He's got this figured out already, right? So he's mentioned the key things you got to take if oil's cut off to Japan. He knows the basic strategic problem here. If oil's cut off to Japan, the only chance of getting oil is the Dutch East Indies. They're not going to Texas. They're not going to Persian Gulf, right? Right. The only possibility is Dutch East Indies, right? Now, to secure that, again, you got to take the northern flank here. You got to take the western flank, especially getting the British. There's the British stronghold here, Malaysia, Singapore, Fortress Singapore, right? And you got to get the Americans out of the Philippine Islands, right? Remember, we took this during the Spanish-American War, right? This is our possession, right? To secure that oil, right, in the Dutch East Indies, and to get it back to Hawaii there, right? All right. You can't let them have a jumping off base where you can threaten this. You got to secure your flanks, right? So, I mean, that tells me he clearly understands the world situation, right? It's no accident that he mentioned those four places. Now, October 10th, 1940, Secretary of the Navy Knox met with uh, Admiral Stark, the top Navy man, Admiral Richardson, the top fleet commander in the Navy, and others, he didn't mention who, to convey the proceedings of Knox's meeting with FDR. He's gonna report on what FDR had to say. Right? Knox said the president was considering a series of actions, including, all right, quote, attempting to stop. Oh, by the way, this comes from a message from Stark. Stark is reporting this, I believe, to Kimmel on the 16th, right? 6 days later, right? But so he's reporting what was said, attempting to stop all trade between Japan and the Americas, right? So Roosevelt is considering setting up a naval blockade, right, to block trade between Japan and the Americas, and that doesn't include just the United States. That includes Central America, Mexico, who, by the way, is an oil producer, right, and South America, Latin America. All right. Now, to accomplish this latter measure, the president, proposed establishment of patrol lines of light forces, that's the cruisers and destroyers, from Honolulu westward to the Philippines, and a second line roughly from Samoa to Singapore in support of the first line. All right. So he's talking about naval blockade. All right. Now, naval blockade is an act of war. He's considering a clear act of war, right? So this is clear evidence that Roosevelt wants war, right? He's planning a clear act of war. You don't mess with someone's commerce because that's their life. That's their lifeline, their life's blood, right? Uh, First of all, this is naval blockade, which is a clear act of war and sure to induce a conflict, incident war. Second, these light forces are the cruisers in McClellan's Part D of the provocation plan. And then Admiral Richardson wrote that. So this is what Admiral Richardson wrote about this, right? So comes from his book. Quote, there was some further discussion that a line of light ships as proposed would entail such dispersion. I mean, he's talking a wide area. You talking, what did he say, Honolulu to the Philippines? That's huge. They're spread out, right? Such dispersion as to expose the ships to destruction in detail, and that the best way to accomplish the president's purpose was to control the source of trade by a patrol off the relatively few ports involved. So, if you read this, right, now, I'm willing to bet that some people are going to say it's very vague, it doesn't really mean anything. No, what he's saying is the president's purpose is to get these ships sunk, right? Right? You spread them out to expose them to destruction in detail, right? Exposing those ships to destruction. That's purpose, right? Dispersing them to expose them, right? That's the president's purpose now. To do so, you block trade. That's the motive of the Japanese to attack those ships to prevent you blocking trade, right? So the idea is you set up a naval blockade, right? Right, and maybe you start stopping ships, cargo ships, whatever, right? Well, Japan's got to respond to that, right? And when they respond to that, you say, well, see, they attacked us. All right. But the thing about this, that's not clean, right? You can all say, hey, well, you started all by the naval blockade, So that's not a clean way of getting into this war. February 11th, Admiral Stark. So he writes a letter. We'll go in detail in this letter. I'll show you it down here. Yeah, there it is, right here. I give you quotes directly from the letter. All right. So he writes a letter, and this is again in the Pearl Harbor Papers. Anyone can find this, right? He writes a letter to FDR confirming the FDR's willingness to have one or two cruisers sunk, but not 5 or 6. Right. So here's Admiral Stark. Right. Out of all these guys, this is the guy I like the least. He just kind of rubs me wrong, as being kind of a sneaky, clever, self-protecting guy, right? He's not about just doing what's flat out right. Anyways, kind of really cagey dude. From everything I read, in the Pearl Harbor Papers, all his testimony, right? He's not a straight shooter. Okay, so anyways, on the same day, all right, February 11th, same day, Secretary War Stimson, the guy that's up here, I showed you, he suggested in a letter to FDR that word of the cruiser mission should be leaked before they to the press before they got underway and departed. All right, and then evidence of this leak comes from an intercepted naval intelligence message. We intercepted a Japanese message here from Kita, and I'm assuming he's in Australia. He's an Australian diplomat to the Foreign Ministry in Tokyo. And it says, according to, let's see, quote from Kita to Foreign Ministry, Tokyo, according to dispatches from Auckland, that's Australia, and Auckland is, I think that's New Zealand. Auckland is New Zealand, I think, and Sydney, that's Australia. Auckland, yeah, I'm pretty sure Auckland is New Zealand. Um, the light cruisers Brooklyn and Savannah, the destroyers Case, Shaw, and Cummings, Tucker arrived at Auckland on the 17th, and the heavy cruisers Chicago, Portland. These are the cruisers going out there that part D of the plan, right? And the destroyers Clark, Case, and Cunningham, Downs, Reed arrived at Sydney. Both groups on a friendly visit. Today's newspapers report that the above fleet sailed under sealed orders. The maintenance of secrecy on this trip was a great success. It was reported. All right. So now, how would the papers know this? That there's sealed orders, right? And maintenance of secrecy was a. They're leaking this. All right. Now, who's going to leak this? The naval leadership here, right, is going to leak this. Right. Now, what's the purpose of the leak? Right. It's to jack up the Japanese, to get them worried about this cruiser mission, all right, and to make them more likely to do something, right? So this was done, right? So the McCullum Plan Part D was conducted with the intention of inducing Japan into making a mistake, just like the president said, expose the ships to destruction in detail, right? He's considering, they didn't do this actually, but they're considering setting up a naval blockade to get the Japanese to attack, right? All right, now on October 23rd of 1940, so I'm jumping back in time. I was jumped ahead here. This follows the October 8th visit, October 23rd. Admiral Richardson meets with Roosevelt again, and he says that he said this. He had met right before during the FDR campaign, just before the election, and he said that FDR said, "quote It is for peace that I have labored." This is his speeches, and it is for peace I shall labor all the days of my life. Now, commenting on the honesty of the speech, Admiral Richardson stated, his FDR's public statements, of course, did not state what I considered were his real intentions or beliefs in the matter, which were that we would be at war with Japan in due time, and that he was willing for some ship of the Navy to be the victim of a Japanese mistake. So FDR is willing to in his opinion, FDR is willing to sacrifice a Navy ship to manipulate the U.S. public opinion into wanting war, right? And I said here that Stark provides, absolute hard evidence, right? Testimony that FDR said this, right? In a meeting. He's confirming what FDR said in a meeting here, that he's willing to sacrifice one or two ships. So Richardson's not off base, right? He's like, okay, he wants Japan to make a mistake. He's trying to get Japan to make a mistake. He sees it through all this stuff, right? So FDR is willing to sacrifice a Navy ship to manipulate the U.S. public opinion into wanting war. Now, I say that's a strategic move. I said, FDR was a brilliant military strategist. One of the fundamental military strategic requirements is to have the morale of not just the military, but the people, right? It's not just the military who fights wars. It's the whole population who provides the soldiers, who sacrifice, right, in rationing, who sacrifice in working their butts off to produce the weapons, and all the material that the military needs, right? It takes a great will to win a war like this. Okay, peace. Oh, it's also an example of the peace persona. Remember, I said that's a classic trick. That if a classic maneuver to manipulate population in war is if you're going to maneuver the nation into war, you have to make sure that the population believes that the head of state, at the very least, and the government, is doing everything they can to maintain the peace, right? So, he's saying, oh, it's for peace I've labored. Okay, well, you know what? He's trying to get us into the war. Um, Remember, I said LBJ did the same thing. They manipulated the Gulf of Tonkin. They manufactured at the same time LBJ was running on a peace ticket. You know, preaching in this speech that I'll guarantee you American boys aren't going to be fighting this war, right? That the Asian boys ought to be fighting. And how I said that this is an old trick that, this is as far back as I found it, but I'm sure it goes further back than this if I researched other wars. But I found this in my research on the Franco-Prussian War and in the Wars of Italian Unification. Both of these wars, they use the same trick, right? The head of state has to look like he's doing everything for peace if you want to manufacture a war. Now, November 11th, 1940, the British successfully attacked the Italian fleet in port with torpedoes at Taranto, Italy. So that's the main Italian naval base there. Here's the bottom of the boot, the heel, near the right. Here's the boot, kind of goes up here into the main part of Europe, with a large cuff there. Comes down here. There's a toe, but right there in that pocket there where the heel is, that's Taranto, Italy, and the Italian fleet was at anchor, right, in harbor, which means shallow water, and they were able to sink those ships successfully with the torpedo attack by these British swordfish torpedo planes, kind of antiquated planes, biplanes. Looks like a World War I thing. That's what they used early in the war, torpedo plane. And the limitation of shallow water is when you drop a torpedo, they initially run deep before they come up to the preset level that they run at, right? So the risk of that is in shallow water, it bottoms out in mud, gets stuck in the mud. Well, they were able to successfully, sink these ships. They sunk 3 of the Italian main battleships in port with torpedoes, and so I know Admiral Yamamoto started planning for the Pearl Harbor attack in November of 1940, and I'm thinking this: he had to have been either inspired or encouraged at the very least by this British, successful attack in port, because he's going to do the same thing, right? Torpedoes and bombs in port. Right? That's what Japan attacked with in Pearl Harbor. Now, December 2nd, shortly after this, the U.S. starts intercepting the first. So they're planning an attack on Pearl Harbor, right? They're preparing for it, making preparations, practicing, and the U.S. intercepts the first Japanese messages targeting Pearl Harbor. In all, it decoded 24 of such messages, right? Targeting Pearl Harbor and decoded them before December 7th. Now, all these intercepted messages were kept hidden, away from the Pearl Harbor commanders. They had no idea of this, right? And this is what Admiral Bull Halsey testified. And I'm not getting this from congressional testimony. I'm getting this from a book on Pearl Harbor written by Admiral Theobald. He was a top destroyer commander of the Pacific Destroyer Fleet during World War II. He wrote a book on Pearl Harbor, and he was Kimmel's legal counsel during Admiral Kimmel's court-martial hearing, right? So there's no better person to know the details of the evidence, right, than Admiral Theobald, right? He was a great source. And to the Ford, opening page of the book is written by Admiral William Halsey, nicknamed Bull Halsey, kind of a famous admiral, probably the most famous admiral of the war. Certainly in the Pacific. Nimitz was, of course, the commander out there, but Bull Halsey he captured more of the spotlight as like the gallant hero, very aggressive, leader, and made some mistakes, I believe, especially at Lady Gulf, but very aggressive and very inspired the imagination of American population. So he's a war hero, and he wrote this. He said, Quote, had we known Japan's minute and continued interest in the exact location and movement of our ships, that's a target in Pearl Harbor, as indicated in the magic messages, that's the decoding operations, it is only logical that we would have concentrated our thought on meeting the practical certainty of an attack on Pearl Harbor. I'm sure I would have protested the movement of my task force to Wake Island in late November and early December. I am also sure no protest would have been necessary because if Kimmel had possessed this intelligence, he would not have ordered that movement. Okay, so here's the idea. He said, man, he said, there's no way I would have gone. Had we known these messages, there's no, right? And here's the thing. So let me show you the map here. Oh, let me show you this real quickly. So this shows the maximum extent of the Japanese Empire, right? And when I was a kid, I read so many books, beginning like 8 years old. I read so many books on World War II, especially the Pacific Theater, all the islands they took, all the battles, all the key naval battles, the Marianas Turkey Shoots, Battle of the Philippine Sea, right? All the major invasions on islands and so forth, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, Tarawa, Um, and anyways, they would always show maps like this and say, look at this is, Japan's aggressive expansion to gain empire. This is the whole empire that they wanted, right? When you think about this now, as a kid, I was like, oh, wow, look at them, damn aggressive. Look at expand all this, like, this vast amount of ocean. Well, who cares? What's in this? The vast majority of this is just rock and coral. Very little resources. The key resources is right here. And all of this was a defensive perimeter around Japan and around his key resource area here, right? Once they had to take the Dutch in, they had to secure all this, right? And so, to think that's the empire they wanted to create. Ooh, man, that's just a defensive perimeter. Okay. All right, so here's what I want to show. Let's see. I guess this map will work. All right, so this is an exact duplicate copy, but it's exact of Nagumo, the admiral who led the attack on Pearl Harbor. His actual attack route, right? He's going in this way. He's going to attack. He's going to head out and go this way. He's going to avoid Midway Island, search planes, right? Right. Okay. Now, let's see here. So the key thing is, Admiral Bull Halsey is in command of one of the two carrier task force out there forces. You had the Enterprise and you had the Lexington, right? He's in charge of the Enterprise, and he says, had we known these messages targeting Pearl Harbor, there's no way we would have left, right? We know that absolutely certainly Pearl Harbor is going to be attacked, right? But we weren't given those messages. Right? And he says that not only would I wouldn't even have to complain, right? Because Kimmel wouldn't have sent us, right? The guy in charge of Halsey, right? Now, where did they send them? All right, so now they know from 7 messages that the attack is going to start on the 25th, and sure enough, they know the whole Northern Fleet got underway on the 25th. They spotted the Southern Fleet off of Formosa. There's Formosa right there. Carrying 5 Army divisions heading south. They would land in Saigon, right, to supplement the 40,000 there to get 90,000 total to jump over to Malaysia. They're getting ready to get oil, right? So we know that they're going to move. We know the whole damn attack is underway on the 25th. No ifs, ands, or buts. Right? We know the attack is on, right? And the very next day, they're aggressively patrolling and protecting Pearl Harbor. They're ordered on the 26th to take on Army planes, not Navy planes, Army planes without tail arresting hooks, right? And go on a UPS delivery mission, to Wake Island, right? And to Midway, which is roughly right around there, okay? A little bit north, a little bit east of the international date line, right? And, so he's saying there's no way we would have gone, right? So they're in this December 2nd is when they're starting intercepting these. Right? That's over a year before Pearl Harbor. We know they're targeting Pearl Harbor from over a year before. Okay. All right. Then in January 27th, almost 2 months later, U.S. Ambassador Joseph Grew. Remember I showed you Joseph Grew? Looks like a Hollywood actor. He cables Washington. My proven colleague, this guy here, told a member of my staff that he had heard from many sources, including a Japanese source, that the Japanese military forces plan, in the event of trouble with the United States, to attempt a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor using all their military facilities. That's a full-scale, no-holds-bar attack on Pearl Harbor, right? We got, perfect forewarning of this attack. Now, 4 days later, on February 1st, Naval Intelligence Officer McCullum, remember this guy? He's the guy who wrote the 8-point plan to provoke Japan to attacking the United States, right? To making the act of war, right? All the better, he said, if they attack us, right? Sends a message to all Pacific naval bases, quote, the Division of Naval Intelligence places no credence in these rumors, right? So he's undermining this pre-warning. Furthermore, based on known data regarding the present disposition and employment of Japanese naval and armed forces, no move against Pearl Harbor appear imminent or planned for the foreseeable future, right? Now, at this point, remember I said there's 24 messages? Well, at this point, they've already intercepted 9 of those messages targeting Pearl Harbor, right? And I said there's 24 in all, right? So he's trying to shift focus away from Pearl Harbor, right? When there's clear indication that it's going to be attacking Pearl Harbor. He's trying to cut the legs out from this warning. All right, now a key reason why they had to do this is because here's a January 30 Gallup poll. 88% of Americans against entering the war in Europe. All right, 88% of Americans against it. Okay, so that's rock solid against it. How are you going to go? How is a democracy going to go to war again with 88% of the population against it? Right. All right. So now January 31st, Admiral Richardson. Remember Admiral Richardson, the guy who was always complaining about what the hell, man? Roosevelt's trying to get this in the war. He's fired, and he's replaced by Admiral Kimmel, who would be the guy in charge at the time of the Pearl Harbor attack, and who would be scapegoated for blamed for it, and be court-martialed. And then you had the McCullum message up here. I quoted you, right? Effectively undermines or dismisses the Grew warning when naval intelligence had 9 of the 24 messages targeting Pearl Harbor. Recall that he is also the guy that wrote the 8-point plan to induce Japan into attacking the U.S. Warships. And then here's what I mentioned above here, the February 11th letter from Admiral Stark, who was the top Navy admiral, the chief of naval operations. He writes a letter to FDR, and he says, quote, particularly do I recall your remark in the previous conference when Mr. Hall suggested this, and it probably has to do with the cruisers, right? And the question arose as to getting them out, the cruisers, in Part D of the provocation plan. And your 100% reply from my standpoint was that you might not mind losing 1 or 2 cruisers. We have 2 out there now, but that you will not want to take the chance of losing 5 or 6. Frankly, I breathed a great sigh of relief and thought the issue pretty definitely closed. Now, this proves that the cruiser mission was intended to provoke Japan into committing an act of war. Everything points to this, right? And that FDR was willing to sacrifice some U.S. Navy ships to get this war, right? The Japanese mistake. All right, and remember that these guys are sent out there, right, with a leak to the press that they're going on a top secret mission, right, which is meant to be a sucker move to get jack up Japan to doing something. It didn't work, right? Now, another element that I want to talk about this is one of the things. To all my readings, all Stark's testimony, he was very cagey. He was very coy. He didn't, right? He was tight-lipped about everything. He wasn't a good source, right? A very clever guy. In a lot of ways, he's very clever. right? He's covering his ass from every aspect. Everything he does, he's got a way to cover his butt, right? And I believe this is another thing. Remember how I said Kimmel was scapegoated, right? You know, he was sacrificed for the Pearl Harbor, debacle, right? And court-martialed, right? Uh, well, any money that Stark says, hey, I'm sending these cruisers out there, they get sunk, it creates a war, I'm going to be court-martialed. I'm going to be scapegoated, right? So what I believe he's doing is this. You know that Stark is a smart man. He doesn't have to go and write Roosevelt, hey, as I recall, right, you said, like he's asking for a confirmation, you know, he knows exactly what Roosevelt is getting at, right? And what he's saying. There's no question. He's not a stupid man. He doesn't need, this confirmation. What he's doing is he's getting it documented on paper that if this goes down, if these ships are sunk, he's not going to be sacrificed for this. He's got his hot little piece of paper in hand, his evidence that this comes not from him, it's coming straight from FDR, right? Now, when he sends a message like this, it's a hard copy is kept in two places. It's kept at the sending station and it's kept at the receiving station on file, permanent record. So he's got his evidence that, to protect him. He's got his, what do you want to say, his immunity? I don't know, whatever, right? All right. And FDR's a smart man. He knows exactly what he's doing. And I'm sure FDR's just kind of like, what a little weasel. Um, anyways, okay, so March 41, FDR signs Lend-Lease to Great Britain and China. All right, we're going to be the military backers of material backers of these countries. All right, that shows solid support for Great Britain. If Japan tries to do anything against them, and we got their back. Um, March 21st, 41, intercepted Japanese message proves that they have received the leak. Remember, I told you about that. They said news report today. Fleet sailed under sealed orders. Well, how are they going to know that except for a leak? Maintenance of secret. This ship was a great success, right? Highly secret, right? This is a leak, right? Um, and then in April, I'm not sure the exact date. This is spread over a period of time, but during the month of April, FDR sent his son James on a worldwide tour to assure leaders around the world, and there's a bunch of leaders. I can't remember exactly all of them, right? But there are leaders around the world that the U.S. will be at war shortly. You assure leaders around the world that the U.S. will shortly be at war. This is from My Parents by James Roosevelt. Uh, so it's evidence of intent. If they know they're going to be at war shortly, right? He's got something planned here. All right. Now James, what's interesting is James was one of four of FDR's sons. I'm pretty sure he had four sons, and they all saw combat action, right? They didn't hide behind daddy's skirt here. These guys all went out. They saw actual combat action. These guys were all solid guys. In fact, you take a look at James, right? James was in the Marine Raiders. Now, if you know anything about the Marine Raiders, these guys were hardcore, incredible fighters. The hit they put on the Japanese with minimal losses is just incredible, right? You look at Guadalcanal. It's something. The numbers were like something like over 400 kills of Japanese soldiers with only lost to something like 17, right? They were super effective jungle war fighters, right? He's with them. He's second in command in under not Edson, Carlson, Evan Carlson's second Battalion Marine Raiders, right? He was in the raid on Macon Island, right? And he also then went on. Evan Carlson has great stuff to say about him. What a good officer, commander he is. And he says, and then what happened is that he was made commander of the 4th Marine Raider Battalion, right? So he is a solid dude, right? All right, that's James Roosevelt. You look at all his sons. All his sons saw actual combat, right? These guys weren't hiding, because of the privilege. All right. All right, April 13th, Japan signs non-aggression pact with USSR. All right, okay. May 3rd, State Secretary of State Hull informs the press that the administration is considering cutting off oil to Japan. So this is a key turning point. This is panic time for Japan. Like, wait, what? No, crap, right? Um, and then on May 26th, it's reported in the New York Times, quote, a blunt declaration by the Japanese, right, that, quote, any nation will rise in resentment if her oil supplies were interfered with, was carried editorially today by the Foreign Office controlled Japanese Times Advertiser. So this is a newspaper, but it's controlled by the Foreign Office, right? The foreign, Japanese Foreign Service. In commenting on recent proposals at Washington by Representative Samuel A. Weiss, a Democrat of Pennsylvania, Mr. Weiss, the paper said, had presented to Congress a four-point program designed to block all petroleum and petroleum products from Japan and Japan's possessions. All right. Now, Japan doesn't have its own oil; it imports oil. All right. Uh, so then, May 31st, remember the GRU warning way back in October of 39, right? So May 31st of 1941, New York Times reports Japan warned Washington that if oil is cut off, quote, there would be war in the Pacific, right? FDR administration remains silent to this threat, right? Now, I mean, think about it, right? Is that a proper response? State Department silent, which means FDR administration silent upon this to this threat, right? Is that a proper response of a threat by a foreign country of waging war on your country? Hell no, right? You never allow that. If you're think about it, if you're president of the United States and some other country says we're going to fight a war against you, you say, don't even think about it, right? You fight a war. We're gonna this whole this culture. We rally behind this war, and you're going to get a hurt beyond you're going to believe, beyond what you can believe, right? Uh, you don't stay silent to that. But why do they stay silent? Well, the way I see it, if they made a big deal about it, right? I mean, you don't stand by and stay silent to a threat like that, right? But if they made a big deal of it out of it, it would raise the consciousness in the American mind, public minds, that it would connect cutting off oil with an attack by Japan, all right? And that would totally undermine the effectiveness of an attack upon the U.S. at Pearl Harbor, right? Because if everyone knows that we're going to go to war, Japan's going to go to war if we cut off oil, and then we cut off oil, and then they attack us, and everyone's going to say, "Well, see, what do you know, right? We all knew they're going to, right? You know, that's just going to, deflate the whole thing." Uh, so second, okay, so then now in June 23rd, um, Secretary of Interior Ickes, and Secretary of Interior is the guy that's in charge of all interior resources, whether it's iron ore, whether it's food, whether it's whatever, oil, right? So he's the nation's top expert on U.S. resources like oil, right? He says this, quote, he writes in the letter to FDR, Ickes to FDR, quote, there might develop from the embargoing of oil to Japan such a situation as would make it not only possible but easy to get into this war in an effective way, right? So what does that show, right? When he says easy, that shows intent. They want to get into this war. So it shows that the FDR administration wants to go to this war, which rightly they should want to, given the big picture understanding of what's going on. Uh, and that the FDR administration knows that if they cut off oil to Japan, they can easily get into the war. Right? So they know that you cut off oil, we're going to war. Right? So they know this, so they know that before we cut off oil, right, that shows clear intent of going to war when we cut off oil, if they know this. Now, this is a minor point. I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to take off a jacket. I'm a little hot. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Kind of a funny story right now. Uh, I'm sitting in my bed, leaning against a backrest here, and trying to take off this jacket. And I'm struggling with my computer on my lap, and then trying to take off this jacket. And the thought came to me: I'm just like John Candy in that movie Trains, Planes, and Automobiles, when he's driving that car and he's trying to take off his jacket, right, struggling with it, right. Does exactly the same thing. I'm struggling trying to get the sleeves off, and anyways. Um, Okay, where are we at here? Okay. So on June 11th, I think this is a minor point personally, all right? But Admiral Richardson, smart man, he made a big deal of this, but I don't think it warrants that big of a deal. He said this, that a key reason for the success of Pearl Harbor was that for decades we had war plans against Japan, and they were called the Orange war plans, all right? Right? And then in June 11th of 41, Navy changed its war plans. These plans existed for decades, since early, turn of the century, when Japan, and I'm sure after, especially after the Russo-Japanese War, where Japan came out and showed that it's got a naval force to be reckoned with. It beat up bad on the Russian Navy, right? Uh, And okay, so they have new war plans called Rainbow Five, and it's rainbow because it's multicolor. Orange is against Japan. Other colors are against Italy, and other colors against Germany, right? So it's called Rainbow Five, and it neglects provision for defense of Pearl Harbor for the first time in decades of Orange plans. And Admiral Richards said that was significant. I'm thinking this, right? Now, even if it's not included in the plans, like why would you leave it out of the plans? But you know what? You're commander of the Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor. You got to make a defense of Pearl Harbor, right? So I don't think this is a big deal. Um, right? Maybe I shouldn't even mention it. All right, this is a big deal. This is huge, right? As far as the big strategic picture, June 22nd, 1941. That's when Germany launches Operation Barbarossa. That's their invasion of the Soviet Union, USSR, right? And that's one of Hitler's chief goals, to get Lebensraum, right? Ostpolitik. Remember I told you about those terms, right? How he said we got to go and get, you know, if nothing else, food resources, right? But everything else, from oil to the minerals, right? And that's going to be a big problem. That's going to make Germany a big powerhouse commercially, and then industrially, and then militarily, right? So they're heading out there. He's heading to get his Mein Kampf goals attained here. So October 1st, U.S. Oh, okay. Another thing is October 1st. After this, October 1st, U.S. begins material aid to the Soviet Union, Vladivostok. We'll come back to this. And this is what Ickes writes in his diary on October 18th, after Germany is well into invading USSR, right? Uh, he said, quote, I also had a talk on Wednesday morning with Davies and Pauley, particularly the former, about the whole petroleum question as it affects this hemisphere. Pauley pointed out that if the Germans should defeat Russia, this would put them in possession of extremely valuable oil fields of the Caucasus. Remember, I said the Caucasus is the Caspian Baku oil. I'll show you real quick here. Uh, okay, so here is Europe, right? Uh, okay, Operation Barbarossa. They're heading towards Leningrad, St. Petersburg, Moscow. Where the hell's Moscow? Moscow is somewhere around here, I think, right? And they're also heading through Ukraine and going into the Caucasus. And here, Azerbaijan, right there is Baku. That's where the Soviet oil was, right? He was going for that. They had to get there's mountain ranges here, which made it difficult. And he's also, at this time, they're in North Africa, heading this way. It's almost like a pincher movement, going this way, and what is right below? The Caucasus? Iran. Iran's oil fields, major oil fields, are right about here. Iraq is over here. They have oil fields in the north, and they got oil fields scattered throughout here, right? Um, so he's saying that, well, that's not a good situation. Let me show you what he says about it. All right. With Russia prostrate, Germany would undoubtedly be able to overrun Iraq and Iran, which would give it possession of the oil fields in these two countries and all the oil on the Persian coast. Thus, Germany would have much more oil at its disposal than all the oil in the Western Hemisphere. This would mean that there would be abundant oil for industrialization and commercial supremacy, right? And I added here, this is my addition. You have commercial industrial supremacy. You have the resources for military supremacy, right? To build that up. Germany would be so much better off than we would and not be able to keep our place. It would be truly ironical if the United States, having set the pace in industrialization by the use of oil, right? That's the key importance of oil, should be outdistanced by Germany, right? So you're going to get a German powerhouse, right? Not just an aggressive, militarily aggressive Germany, but a Nazi Germany, powerhouse. And man, that's going to be a problem, right? So these guys understood the problem. They understood what's going on here. All right, so then Ickes writes, June 22nd, this is when it invaded, but next day he writes, the might develop. So you can see this, right? Germany invades Russia. It's like, oh crap, he's going for the resources, right? That creates more panic. And so Ickes writes, there might develop from this embargo of oil to Japan such a situation as would make it not only possible, but easy to get into this war in an effective way, right? So they're like, we got to get into this war, right? And our way into this war is by cutting off oil to Japan, right? So this shows motive, it shows intent, and it shows a plan, right? All right, now on July 17th, Admiral Turner, and I like this guy a lot. Reading the testimony, he's a straight shooter. He's honest as all get out, right? He just he says something that are kind of a couple things that were kind of like seemingly contradictory, but not, right? But for the most part, he's pretty straightforward here. Admiral Turner, U.S. Chief of War Plans, U.S. Navy Chief of War Plans, had been tasked to do an analysis of the effect of cutting off oil to Japan. On July 17th, he reports, it is generally believed that shutting off the American supply of petroleum will lead promptly to the invasion of the Netherlands East Indies. It seems certain she would also include military action against the Philippine Islands, which would immediately involve us in a Pacific War, right? So he's saying, hey, you know what? We cut off oil, we're going to war, right? Now, before Congress, he testifies, I believe it, and he referred to the embargoing of oil to Japan, would make war certain between the United States and Japan. All right, that's in the Pearl Harbor Papers there. So next day, July 18th, FDR reported to have said, it was the Secretary of Treasury Morgenthau in his diary. He said, quote, I have stopped, or if we stopped all oil, it would simply drive the Japanese down to the Dutch East Indies. He knew that since October of 1940, or 39 with from Grew. And it would mean war in the Pacific, right? Okay, so he knows it's going to lead to war, right? Now, Japan gets permission to occupy all French Indochina with the Darling-Cato Agreement, all right? Now, no doubt they're feeling the heat, right? The possibility of oil cutoff, because there's been leaks in May. Remember, May 3rd by Secretary Hull. Then prior to May 26th, you have Representative Weiss, submitting a proposal to cut off oil to Japan, right? So they're getting an agreement to occupy South French Indochina. Remember I said they had an agreement to occupy North? And I'm willing to bet the reason why they occupy the North here is to get food, right? They're just ripping food out of there, right? People here are probably hurting pretty bad for food, right? But now they got permission to occupy the South. Well, why is that critical? Well, because according to their plans of getting oil, right, they're gonna station troops here in Saigon, right, uh, embark them here, and they're gonna land in the Philippines on December, 7th, 8th. You know, 8th over here is really the 7th in Pearl Harbor time uh, because they're crossing the international date line. You jump ahead a day, right? Same day though. All right, and then they're going to attack Malaysia, drive down the Malayan Peninsula, and then they drove down two sides, two coasts, right? Then they jumped across to the Dutch East Indies and got their oil, right? So they're getting prepared to have to go for oil, right? That's the purpose of this agreement, right? And then on July 23rd, to show their panic, it's a first of 29 intercepted messages showing clearly that Japan is panicked over the possible loss of oil. Right, they're panicked. They're sweating bullets here. And then next day, July 24th, is the first of 5 intercepted messages in which Japan fears they're going to have to go to war with the U.S. if oil is cut off. Right? So we know from intercepted decoded messages they think they're going to have to go to war with us, if oil's cut off. Right? Then the very next day, on July 25th, the U.S., Great Britain, and Dutch all cut off oil to Japan. Canada included also freezes Japanese assets. This means cutting off trade. You freeze their assets, you're freezing off their money. You're freezing off their money. They can't buy oil. They can't buy anything. Right? All trade's cut off. All right. Now you think it's an accident that all 4 of these cut them off in the same day? They're just randomly. They're like, hey, what day should we cut off? Oh, I know, July 25th. That sounds like a good day to me. No, this is concerted. This is planned, right? What do I say here? Turner on Dutch trade reduced. I can't remember. He made a comment on there. I can't remember what that was. I'll skip that. Okay, so New York Times reports on July 26th, the very next day. So we cut off oil, right? Very next day, New York Times reports experts expect crippling of Japan in 6 months. Here is the headlines, right? You can see that. I think it's large enough to read. Crippling of Japan in 6 months by British-U.S. blockade is seen by experts. That's what it says in the article. Right? Now, Japanese war plants captured after the war estimated 6 months emergency oil reserves. Right? Now, is 6 months reasonable? Absolutely. Right? What is U.S. oil reserves? I mean, I don't know if we have what the requirement. We're supposed to have 90 days, 3 months worth, right? Right? I don't even know if we have that these days, given the growth of our oil consumption, right? I knew this back in like the 80s and 90s. It was 90 days, and I don't know if we actually maintain this. I'd have to look it up, but that's what it was back then. So 6 months by Japan is totally reasonable. I mean, think about it. Who has tanks filled with oil for whatever? There was a Japanese general who said, "Oh, we got a year and a half worth of oil. We got 18 months of oil." Right? Now, why is he saying that? Right? You're going to take that serious, right? What country has 18 months worth of oil, a year and a half worth of oil, right? All the military operations are conducting, all your commerce, right? Right? Of course, he's saying that as a cover to disguise the fact that they're desperate for oil and that they're going to take action pretty soon. You don't want to give your hand away. This is plain poker. That's all it is, right? All right. So yeah, 6 months oil is reasonable. Now, what's important about that is that sets a deadline, right, for December 7th to get right. It sets a deadline for November 25th. I told you, right, because the clock is now ticking. All oil's cut off to them July 25th. So you got August, September, October, November, December. By January 25th, you got to get oil, right? By close to the end of January, you better get your oil. All right. So if you don't get oil returned through negotiation, you got to go get it, or you die as a country. You die as a nation. You die as a people. I mean, people are going to starve, right? Flat out, people are going to starve. They're major importers of food at this point, All right, but you can't even run your own agriculture. You can't even run your own transportation within the country. Right? You can't run your military. You shut down without oil. You shut down everything. It's lights out for your nation. Lay down and die. Right? You don't get oil. I mean that's what it comes down to. Uh, all right. So basically, another analogy is they just had their jugular vein cut. And they're bleeding out. It's like spurt, spurt, spurt. Blood is like pouring out, and you got 6 months before you better get this patched up here. Um, okay, so very next day, Japan puts emergency plans, oil plants into operation, moves into southern Indochina, Saigon, right? Saigon down there, Ho Chi Minh City today, right? With French permission, as per the Darling-Kato Agreement, right up there, right? Um, so they're getting ready to invade British Malaysia. Why? Because they got to drive out the British off the left flank and then jump across and get the Dutch East Indies oil there, right? Um, August 9th, 13th, FDR meets with Churchill for 4 days in Newfoundland, right? And they apparently form a mutual defense agreement. Now, this comes from an intercepted Japanese message, so we're breaking their codes. We're intercepting those messages from Washington, D.C. to Tokyo. It is reported that the president, accompanied by high Army and Navy officials, is meeting with Churchill. This indicates that careful preparation are being made to counter our every move without falling back a single time. Right? What's Japan's main moves here? Going to get that oil. Right? Confirms any move against Britain will involve U.S. So now, to get that oil, you got to make moves against Britain. You got to get them out of Malaysia, right? You got to get them out of the Dutch East Indies. British are in here too, right? You got to get the U.S. out of here, and you got to take the Philippines, which is the U.S. territory, right? We took that from Spain in the Spanish-American War, right? So oil, you going against Britain. I mean, I say here. Plus, there's a FDR threat to nationals. I read this. FDR sent a message to them where he directly threatened them that you don't mess with U.S. nationals or the property of U.S. nationals. Now, where is the key property of U.S. nationals involved here? Well, Dutch East Indies oil wells, right? A big investment by Standard of New Jersey and New York, right? And so is this what the president should do? Absolutely. This is the opposite of what he did when they threatened to attack us because of oil, right? So he did what's right here. You say with no, you do a President Eisenhower, right? And you threaten nukes, right? When the Chinese threatened to invade those islands off of China, Quai Mai and Matsu, whatever those islands were, right? He said Eisenhower wasn't messing around. He said, "Listen, we're going to nuke you," right? All right, August 16th. The first of three intercepted Japanese messages in which they fear their signing of the tripartite treaty will not keep them out of the war as intended, but will be used by the U.S. to get war with Germany. Right. So here's the message. It's from Nomura. I believe Nomura was in D.C. Yeah, Nomura, D.C. to the Japanese Foreign Ministry. All right. Quote, I understand that the British believe. Oh, this is on the heels of the British U.S. Churchill meeting, right? So British U.S. meeting, FDR Churchill, right? Right after this, he says, I understand that the British believe that if they could only have a Japanese-American war started at the back door, there would be a good prospect of getting the United States to participate in the European war, right? And we know already that Icky said, yeah, this is exactly what they want to do. FDR says, yeah, we cut off oil. We're going to go to war with Japan, right? So Icky says it'll be easy to get into this war in an effective way if we cut off oil, right? And that'll get us, you'll see in October, he says, that'll get us into a war with Germany, which is the key strategic problem we're facing. Now, prior to December 7th, there were 24 intercepted, decoded Japanese messages targeting Pearl Harbor. Here's Pearl Harbor, right? Including a message asking the Japanese consul in Hawaii, a Japanese diplomat in Hawaii, who was being investigated by the FBI and who was arrested by the FBI, right? He's asked to take depth soundings of Pearl Harbor, right? And the key area of Pearl Harbor is this area between Fort Allen and the rest of the island, Oahu here, right? This is where most of the ships were located, right? Either along Fort Allen or along this side, right? And he's asked to go swim in there. You go swim there and, acting like you're just going for some exercise, whatever. But you carry a string with a rock or a weight, and it's got little knots on it, you sound how deep it is. So we know exactly how deep it is in Pearl Harbor, so we can do an attack, right? Well, we know about that too, right? All right. And there's repeated reports on exact location of U.S. ships, berthing locations in Pearl Harbor. None of this is shared with the Pearl Harbor commanders. August 21st, New York Times reports Japan goes into emergency oil conservation mode. No gasoline for cars or public transportation. That means no cars, buses, or taxis get gas. What does that mean? You walk or ride your bike, or you take the electric trolley if they have electric trolleys, right? Streetcars, right? Right? No, you're not driving a car. Gas ration for diplomatic vehicles. Then a week later, right? So that's clear indication they're going into emergency here. They're getting desperate for oil. September 11th, FDR issues open shooting orders in the Atlantic against German submarines and Southwest Pacific against Japanese. Right? Now think about it. This is act of war. There's no bones about it, right? You issue open shooting orders. You're saying you're declaring war, right? So don't give me this conspiracy theory, right? Let's see here. Okay, I got this from Admiral Theobald that this is the date he issued it, right? But it's confirmed with a message from Kimmel to Stark. The message, asking this is September 12th, right? Kimmel, wants clarification from Stark because he's like, what? He's saying open shooting order, right? That's like, holy crap, right? And then Stark replies to Kimmel on the 23rd, yeah, there's open shooting orders in the Atlantic and in the Southwest Pacific against Germans and Japanese. And this resulted in actual engagements. Before the war, I know there were 4 engagements between U.S. Escort ships, destroyers or destroyer escorts, and German U-boats. And what's funny is Hitler chastised his submarine commander. He said, "You idiots! Right? This is what got us into World War One. This is a sucker move, right?" So Hitler chastised his submarine commanders, right? That don't get involved in this, right? This is what got the U.S. into World War One. And after that, after we got into World War One, it was lights out for Germany. Okay, October 1st, FDR signs a Moscow Protocol authorizing Lend-Lease to USSR. That's aircraft, weapons, equipment, trucks, fuel, and food, all sorts of stuff they need to fight a war, right? The key to this is ships are being sent to Vladivostok, right? Now, I read every single one of the Japanese messages that we intercepted. When I did my research, I read there's 260 pages of these. I read every single damn one, and one of the messages said they're complaining about the U.S. ships going between the Japanese islands. And let me show you why that's important. All right, I'll use this map here. Okay, so here's the United States, right? Here's the West Coast. We're shipping stuff to Vladivostok. Where's Vladivostok? It is part of the Soviet Union on the Pacific, right? Right about there. There's a little cove. It's a port area there at Vladivostok, right? Now we're sending the Soviet Union stuff to Vladivostok, all right, which means and this is the line of attack Nagumo took, right? Which means there's a high chance that we can run across his attack fleet as going across there, and they're complaining about U.S. ships going through their islands. Now the islands where the Northern Fleet was located were above whatever island that is. I forget what island that is. That's Honshu. That's okay. Kyushu. Anyway, I forget. Up here, this is where the Northern Fleet's based out of, right? They're either going here. Vladivostok is right there. That's a good picture of Vladivostok, right? So they're either going here or they're going here. Either way, they can cross these paths here, right? All right. Now, why that's important? So that's Lend-Lease. We got ships going across. Now, there's no other ships because we have frozen Japanese assets, right? Which means they cannot buy. There's no trade with Japan, but we're still sending ships to Russia here, with Soviet Union, right? They can still cross paths, but on the day that we know that the whole fleet has got underway, November 25th, when we know the Northern Attack Fleet is underway, we know the Southern Fleet is heading down here off Formosa, they eventually headed to Saigon here, right? The U.S. Navy Admiral Ingersoll, who's second in command, he's assistant naval chief of naval operations, right, under Stark, right? He orders all ships. We know the attack is on. He orders all these ships to go through the Straits of Torres, down here, right? That's sending them out of the way. That's clearing the path for these guys to attack, right? All right. Okay. Japanese complaints about ships' passage between their islands, right? Now, October 3rd, Prince Kanoe intercepted Japanese message. Prince Kanoe, he's the prime minister here. He's regretful and feels responsible for signing the tripartite treaty, which he now sees as leading to danger, leading his nation to war instead of deterring war, right? As intended. And the basis for this, that we know the evidentiary basis is, there's an intercepted message August 16th. Remember, I read this already, where they said, Japan, there's talk in Britain that war with Japan will be the back door to war with Germany. This can get us involved in the war. That if U.S. is trying to get into the war in Europe, well, this is the way of doing it to get the American people into it, right? With a war with Japan, because they're connected by treaty with Germany. And then on October 16th, right, there's another intercepted message, and it says a U.S. war with Germany could embroil Japan in a war with the U.S. So they're worried about it from both directions. That U.S. wants to get the war with Germany. Well, they're going to try to provoke a war with Japan, right? And are we doing that? Well, we cut off oil, right? That's clear. And then so they're like, oh man, I screwed up. He's like, I thought this is going to keep us out of the war. It's meant to be a deterrent. Now I see they're going to use it to get us into the war. And that's what I said before, right? Okay, so the civilian Kanoe cabinet then on October 16th is kicked out and replaced by the General Tojo military cabinet. So this guy, civilian, is kicked out, replaced by the military here, right? What does that show? That shows a crisis. That shows emergency. That means they're going to a war footing, right? Now that's a classic signal of war. Oh, by the way, Admiral Turner in his testimony to Congress said that the reason why Japan switched out the leadership here is because we severed oil, to Japan. All right, so they're going into crisis mode. They're taking a military stance. It's now do or die time. We got to go get oil. That's military action. We're going to take a military footing here. Now, that I said that's classic war signal. Remember that happened in the Gulf of Tonkin buildup, right? Sending signals. They switched out General Maxwell Taylor, the top U.S. military officer in the country, for Henry Cabot Lodge Jr., right? We said classic war signals are you switch out for military leadership, you recall dependents, get them out of harm's way, and you order the destruction of codes and code machines. And let's see if Japan does all of these, right? Then, 2 days later, on October 18th, Secretary of Interior Ickes writes in his diary, for a long time, I believed that our best entrance into the war would be by way of Japan, right? Backdoor to war, right? They want to get in the war in Europe because that's critical. Undoubtedly, we are nearer this eventuality than ever before. And of course, if we go to war against Japan, it will inevitably lead to war against Germany. Why? Tripartite Treaty. Meanwhile, the president is pressing for an amendment to the Neutrality Act, permitting the arming of American merchantmen. Now remember, at this point, he's already issued open shooting orders, right? So now this is going to include American merchantmen. You arm these merchant ships, these get involved in that open shooting orders, all right? Recall FDR's open shooting orders of 9/11 shows that we want to get into this war, and the best way is to provoke war with Japan. All right. Now, November 5th is the first of 7 intercepted and decoded messages from the Tokyo Foreign Ministry to the diplomats in Washington, begging them to get things resolved. And these are the negotiations for oil resolved before November 25th because, a quote, they said things are automatically going to happen. And this is the way I see that, right? Now, they're being instructed by the Army, by the military, Navy, Army, right? Say, hey, you get oil back, right, before November 25th. If you don't, we gotta set our plans, our military plans into motion. We gotta launch our attack. Otherwise, it's gonna be too late. We're gonna run out of oil, before we get things done, and then we're gonna be done, right? So they set November 25th as a deadline, but they're not gonna say, hey, right, we're gonna launch our attack. They just told them things are automatically gonna happen because they don't want this to get out. But you know what? You know that these Japanese diplomats know the situation. They know oil's cut off. They know they got to go get oil militarily, by a certain time, right? They know this means military attack, and this means war against the U.S. and Great Britain and everyone else, right? And that's not a good thing for Japan, right? They're desperate trying to avoid this war because they're not that stupid to go against the world's greatest, industrial power, right? And if you go through all the messages, you know what's passed in U.S. history? The Japanese were crazy fanaticals, right, who were thirsty for war with Japan. That's crazy. You read all their documents, they're desperate to stay out of the war, right? They're trying to maneuver as best they can to avoid war with us. Okay, so this is what they say. Here's one of the Japanese messages. This is actually the first one. November 5th, right? 6 more followed, all citing November 25th, referred to November 25th as a deadline. Please understand this thoroughly and tackle the problem of saving the Japanese-United States relations from falling into a chaotic condition. Do so with great determination and unstinted effort. I beg you. Now, this is not diplomatic language. This is panic language. I beg you, right? They're panicked. They don't want to go to war with the U.S. Right? Now, November 25th, we know now from 7 messages that this is their D-Day. They're going to start their attack on this day, right? We know this from 7 messages. None of this is shared with Pearl Harbor. All right, November 15th, first of 5 intercepted messages ordering Japanese consulates in the U.S. to destroy codes and code machines. All right. November 18th, first of 2 intercepted messages concerning recall of Japanese nationals. I say, yeah, remember the 30-day? This is part of the 30-day plan. Remember one of the elements of the 30-day plan is on D minus whatever it was, I think 19, recall dependents, right? That's a clear signal. We're ready to get ready to do something here. Getting them out of harm's way. That was manufacturing the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? So classic war signal, 30-day plan. So actually the first message was the order, you know, get the dependents out. The second message was the return message, and it pleaded, said, hey, listen, we're still doing all our best to get negotiations done. You send this message, right, and you start pulling out dependents, right, they're going to know something's up. And as soon as they know something's up, that's going to totally destroy any chance of getting oil, right? Right? Don't do this, they begged, right? So it shows that they're desperate. They're still desperate to the last minute to get oil supplies returned, right? To avoid war. Now, November 19th, the Japanese send what's called the WINS code. Before the codes and code machines are destroyed, right? They send this code, right, which we intercept and decode, and basically it's a code that uses open phone line directly from Washington back. It went straight back to Yamamoto, right? And it had various comments about the winds and the weather, like east winds, rain is meant this or that, whatever, right? But anyways, the idea is it's open phone communication. Once you destroy your codes and code machines, right? You can just say this over the phone, and we'll know that this means that negotiations have been successful, getting back oil, and or negotiations have failed, all right? And the whole purpose was this. Okay, so this is, it says, attack on Pearl Harbor, exact duplicate, of Nomura's Pearl Harbor Task Force chart, right? So all of these, so Japan leaves here November 25th, and they're going to attack on December 7th. Anytime between here and there, if negotiations have succeeded, they had a plan to call back, to radio the fleet, call them back, right? Avoid the attack, all right? So they're desperate to avoid attacking the United States, which is not a good idea, right? All right. All right. Oh, here's another thing. Here's how historians distort this, right? And I believe Gordon Prang may have said this, right? Right? They say, oh, the WINS code shows that they're being deceptive, that they're trying to negotiate for oil, right? While their attack is underway, they're trying to hide the fact that they're attacking. No, the whole thing is they want to avoid the attack in any which way possible, and up until the last minute, if they can get oil back without having to go to war, right? They're going to call the fleet back. That was a Japanese plan. You see how historians distort this, right? They take and twist it, right? And then they'll pass it, and you know what? A lot of people will believe it, right? They'll be suckers for that. Oh, they're just being sneaky. Man, they're not stupid. They know the last thing they want to do is go to war with the United States, the world's, far greatest industrial military power. It's going to be bad, right? You see from their from that message, they're desperate. I beg you. Okay. So now, what does that mean? We got all three classic signals of war, right? Another thing we know war is coming. At dawn, we slept my ass, right? Okay, so now November 25th. This is the D-Day. Remember D-Day here? November 20th. Got to get things are automatically going to happen on the 25th. And sure enough, things automatically happen, right? So it's reported on November 25th, G2 Army Intelligence sights a Japanese Southern Fleet carrying 5 Army divisions southward bound off Formosa, right? So they know it has 5 Army divisions on board, right? Now, I don't know how they know exactly 5 Army divisions, but it could be through the number of troop transports, how many regiments per division, and roughly each troop transport ship carries a full division, which is roughly about 2,000 men or a little bit more, right? So they can estimate based on the number of ships being sent, troop transports being sent. But they know they got 5 Army divisions. What does that mean? That means 50,000 soldiers are being sent to, they actually be sent to Saigon, right? Remember I said there's 40,000 there already who moved down in preparation for the invasion of Malayan Peninsula. Now you're sending another 50,000. They're getting ready. They're getting ready to launch their attack to get oil, right? So Americans think it's all about Pearl Harbor. No, for the Japanese, it's all about getting oil, right? Um, you see how perceptions are distorted from your view? We got to attack the Pearl Harbor. It's all about Pearl Harbor. No, it was all about getting oil because that's life or death for them. Uh, so we know the attack is underway, right? From U.S. Army intelligence reports. And Stimson Diary says the next day he made sure FDR knew this, right? On the 26th, he sent them a message, right? The entire Japanese Northern Fleet goes radio silent after 2 weeks of extremely high radio traffic, right? Word gets, I'm thinking this gets to intelligence in Washington that on the 25th, right? FDR gets it on the 25th, right? They're not going to sit on this. They're going to give him a phone call or something, right? Whatever, right? Meet with them, send a message. But there's evidence that through an actual document that Stimson sent this on the 26th. The entire Japanese Northern Fleet goes radio silent after 2 weeks of extremely high radio traffic. Now, Admiral Turner testified in a number of different investigations. I think 3 of them, right? And in different places, he said different things. And one of them, he said there was high radio traffic for 2 weeks prior to the 25th. Then on the 25th, the radio traffic went way down, And then he said that told us that the entire fleet got underway, and that he believed that there were 2 possibilities, right? That there was at least a 50-50 chance it will attack Pearl Harbor, or it will set up a blocking line in the Mandate Islands. All right, so let me show you that real quickly. Where's I guess this is good. All right, so here's Hawaii. Where Oahu is, where Pearl Harbor is, and then so Japan actually attacked here. He said 50-50 chance here. In other places, he said at least 50-50 chance, and he said at least, and a number of officers believe the same thing, right? Those who were privy to the intercepted messages, right? There were 36 people, I believe, who had access to the intercepted messages. Hawaii did. Anyways, Mandate Islands were all those German islands, the Bismarck Islands, I believe they're called over here near New Guinea. Then you had Germany had some islands over here. Had the Carolines, which are over here. So maybe these are those are the mandates because they're mandated to Japan after the World War One. There were German islands that were given to Japan according to a mandate in 1920, right? So basically, it's either attack here or set up a blocking line here, right? And I say this. I say, man, 50-50 chance. I think it's a little bit more. You got 24 messages targeting Pearl Harbor by December 7th, right? Right? I think it's a little bit more, maybe 60-40, maybe even 70-30. Plus, right, look at Japan's past wars. In every case, they did a surprise attack. They didn't sit back and wait for a counterattack, right? Who would do that? You want to get the first, a punch in before they know it's coming. You hit them first. You don't sit there and launch your attacks out here and then sit back, launch your invasion of the Philippines, right? And then sit back and wait for them, right? Because they know war's on. You lost the element of surprise. That it's ridiculous to even think they would do that, right? And then another thing is, Admiral Turner himself said it would be suicide, right? to go out there, right? Look at the distances, right? Now you're gonna steam all that way. You're gonna not just steam out that way, but conduct many days of operations, right? Fighting the jet. You're gonna run out of fuel fast. You know, they had shortage of tankers, like one per battle group, right? They're running out of fuel fast, right? Japan took Wake right away that day. They took Guam that day, right? Yeah, they tried to, anyways. They had a little bit of trouble at Guam, I believe. No, they had trouble at Wake. A little bit of trouble at Wake, but they took Guam real easy. Um, uh, anyways, plus there was no fuel out here, anyways. They had some aviation fuel, a little bit of diesel fuel, and not that much, right? Uh, so I mean, you know, it would be suicide to try to operate out there. That's what Admiral Turner said, right? So you know that they're attacking Pearl Harbor. I mean, 50-50. I mean, where do you think they're going to go? Here on the, come on, they're not going to go sit there and set up a line, just wait for you to come, right? Um, I think that's ridiculous. But he says 50-50. We'll say, okay, 50, it's still a 50-50 chance, man. It's high, that's high as it is. I'm thinking it's way more than that. But so he says, let's see what he says. He says, okay, unusually high radio traffic leading up to November 25th. Then on the 25th, they dropped markedly, he says, and they changed their codes and calls. What did he say? He says, yeah, they changed the calls, and I believe the codes, he says, right? That's what he says. And then he says as well, that was extremely significant. That very important operations were contemplated, and it was probable that nearly the entire Japanese fleet had put to sea. Well, they know the whole southern fleet had put to sea, and probably the whole northern fleet, which pretty much was almost all of it. I thought the chances were about 50-50 that they would get a heavy raid in Hawaii, or that the Japanese fleet that would not be used in the China Sea would deploy in the mandates. And then he says right after this, he says that we would not deploy the fleet to the mandates, for that would be suicide. And I'm thinking the key thing is they're not going to have enough fuel, for one thing, right? All right. Okay. November 25th. So also November 25th. Okay. Same day. Now, Secretary of Stimson. Remember Secretary Stimson? Where's Stimson? That guy right there. He testifies to Congress. He testified a couple places, in a couple of different investigations, concerning the proceedings of the White House meeting at 12. So at 12 noon on the 25th, there's a meeting between all the top guys. You got FDR, the president. You got Secretary of Navy Hull. You got, no, Secretary of State Hull. You got Secretary of Navy Knox. You got the Chief of Staff of the Army, Marshall, top Army guy, General Marshall. You got top Navy guy, Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Stark. You got Secretary of War Stimson. These are all their top military guys. The very top, right? They're all present at this meeting. And he says, quote, the president said that the Japanese were notorious for making an attack without warning. This is their MO, right? This is what the Japanese do. Attack without warning, and stated that we might be attacked, say, next Monday, for example. One problem troubled us very much. If you know your enemy is going to strike you, it is not usually wise to wait until he gets a jump on you by taking the initiative. In spite of the risk involved, however, in letting the Japanese fire the first shot, we realized that in order to have the full support of the American people, it was desirable to make sure that the Japanese be the ones who do so that there should be no doubt in anyone's mind as to who the aggressors were. And then at another hearing, congressional hearing, he testified saying pretty much the same thing. He, FDR is referring to, brought up the event that if we were likely to be attacked perhaps as soon as next Monday, for the Japanese are notorious for making such attacks without warning. He's saying the same thing, right? Different words. And the question was what we should do. The question was how we should maneuver them into firing into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. Right? And he says it was a difficult proposition there. Remember he says that? Key thing is he's saying we got to maneuver Japan into attacking us, right? Without allowing too much danger. Right? So now they know the attack is underway, right? Whole damn Japanese fleet, northern and southern fleet, are underway, right? They're attacking, and that's on a day which we know from 7 messages is their D-Day, and they're desperate over oil, right? Okay. So, and then we do 4 actions that lay Pearl Harbor open to attack. So the first one was by Admiral Ingersoll, right? I'm going to take a break here. I need to drink something. Hold on here. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Where are we at here? Okay, so first action is by Admiral Ingersoll. Remember, Ingersoll is a second in command here of the whole Navy. He's assistant chief of naval operations under Stark, right? He's got office like right next door to Stark's. Admiral Ingersoll orders all shipping rerouted to the Straits of Torres, just above Australia, right? So there's now no chance of a ship, one of those Lend-Lease ships that are plying through the Japanese homeland waters, right, between the Japanese islands, stumbling across the incoming Japanese fleet and giving warning, right? So let's take a look at the map again. All right, so remember here's the United States, and probably these boats are coming out of San Francisco, roughly right around here, Northern California, right about there. They're coming across this way here. There's a high chance they're going to run across these ships as they're making their way to Vladivostok, right? So these are the Lend-Lease ships. They've been running since October, right? Now he orders them the very day we know the attack is on. The very day we know is their D-Day, right? They got to take action this day. So we know the attack is on, both Northern Fleet, Southern Fleet. He orders all those ships to get them out of the chance of running across them, going out here through the Straits of Torres. So Straits of Torres run between the Solomons, New Guinea, so forth, and Australia. I mean, that's pretty damn south. You go any further south than that, you're going closer towards South Pole here, below Australia, right? You're getting down there. All right, so they're sending them way out of the way. Okay, so there's no chance a U.S. ship's like do. Look, all right, we're doing this routine stuff here, getting some supplies to Russia, right? And like, holy crap, Mayday, SOS! The whole damn Japanese fleet is heading your way, right? There's no chance of that happening. All right, so that's the first thing that's done to clear the way. Then the second thing is Admiral Stark orders the 2 carriers, the Enterprise and Lexington, that were patrolling in the waters northwest of Hawaii. Why were they patrolling there? Because that's where for decades they anticipated a Japanese attack would come from the waters northwest of Hawaii. That's exactly where they're patrolling, waiting for the Japanese to come, right? Practicing operations against the Japanese, right? Worlds anticipated for decades that the Japanese attack would come from, and in order to take on P-40 Warhawk planes, no arrestor hook, right? And you send them on a delivery mission, okay, right? You send them off on a ferry mission of sending these planes to Midway and Wake Island, closest being 700 miles out of the way, from the closest point of approach. So let me show you the map. Oh, I'm getting tired, just like last time. Man, okay, so, So here is Honolulu. That's Oahu there. Oahu's one of these islands here, all right? That's where Pearl Harbor's at. Here's Midway, all right? Here is Wake. This is where Halsey sent. This is where the Lexington is sent. If you measure nautical miles, it's 700 nautical miles between here and the closest point here. At best, that is way out of search plane range, right? You're not sending a search plane out there. He's like loitering around. No way. That's way out of search plane range, and that's in fact why they took this route. Right? Look at it. They're making sure they're not going to get detected from anything out of Midway, right? And then they took the same route out again, right? Maybe a little bit cutting the corners to get out of there faster, probably, right? Uh, all right. Okay, so they're ordered out on the 26th to carry Warhawk planes. So let's see here. What do you got? Warhawks. All right, yeah, okay, here. So they're carrying these are army planes. There's no tail arrestor hook here. You can't conduct naval operations with these. It's just a ferry mission for these planes. I mean, I'm sure they have their own air wing complement, right? But at least some of the deck space or maybe hangar bay is filled with those planes. All right. Now, third thing is Secretary of State Hull on the 26th issues what's called the Hull Ultimatum, all right? And this is a long-winded document, right? And it's very deceptive because it's meant to appear very like, oh yeah, very 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 reasonable, all right? Do 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 do. So everything is like it's like blah 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 blah. A lot of reasonable stuff, right? And a lot of stuff is like, man, they're just talking right through their teeth here, right? Right? About this stuff about tariffs and stuff like that, right? But anyways, in this document, it's long, right? They throw in there a paragraph and a half or so, one short paragraph and a little part of another paragraph where it says, "Hey, you get out of China, you get out of Indochina, right?" And by China, I'm sure that also means Manchuria up north too, right? Which is really part of China, right? And so what that's saying is you drop everything you're doing in China, Indochina, right? And you know what, right? They know that there's no way they can do that. In fact, the reason why Japan went down this militaristic course in 1931, they invaded Manchuria, right, was because one, you had the Great Depression hit in 1929, right? Then you had the U.S. Congress enact the Smoot-Hawley tariff over 60%. It's like 62% or something like that tariff. That's whopping high, right? That was in 1930. And how did other nations respond to that? Well, they erected the retaliatory tariffs. Now, all these nations, major nations, are raising tariffs, right? What does that mean for a country like Japan that's resource poor, that doesn't have enough food to feed its people? Same situation in Germany. Both nations, due to the fact that they were productive people, industrialized, they had the financial capacity, the commercial capacity, right, to support a growing population beyond their ability to make food for themselves, right? So they became net importers of food, right? And then you have trade breakdown. Trade breaks down. You can't sell anything to anyone. You can't buy anything, right? You got a big currency problem, right? You got a currency circulation problem here. You're not buying it. You're not getting any food, right? And within a few months, the situation is going to get serious. And so then within a year of this whole tariff thing, they go and invade Manchuria. They're saying, screw it, we're not going to lay down and die. We're going to go get some food, right? So they dump it on the Manchurians and abuse the heck out of them and take their food and whatever, right? Take their resources, right? But that they can't get out of China. So that part, just that little part, is a little, it's buried in there, hidden in there, but it's clear, unmistakable. That's the ultimatum. You drop everything you're doing in China and Indochina and get out, right? It's like, what? And the purpose of that was to send a signal that we're no longer negotiating. We're not being reasonable. We're sending you something that we know you cannot do. And what is that? That's called a fait accompli, a classic maneuver, to send something that we know they got to reject, right? And you couch it in terms so that you package it with all sorts of padding all around. It makes it sound reasonable. And I'm willing to bet that a lot of Americans, a lot of A lot of historians today are going to fall for that, right? You padded with all this high sounding, stuff, right? That doesn't it doesn't mean anything, because that small section is the whole key to it. All right. So they send that, and what it's meant to signal to the Japanese that we have ceased negotiations. We're not negotiating anymore, and that's meant to signal, hey, that's the last nail in the coffin. You have no choice, no turning back for you, right? We're not negotiating. There's no chance for negotiation, and it's meant to say no turning back for the fleet that we know is attacking right now, right? And in fact, on the 27th, both Admiral Stark and General Marshall both sent messages. Admiral Stark to Admiral Kimmel, General Marshall to General Short in Hawaii, right? Both saying negotiations have ceased, right? Now, the thing about it is, remember the winds code, right? To the Japanese, they're still holding out desperate hope, right, to get negotiations, even up until the last, 11th hour, right, before the attack, right? Okay, so now, all right, so I say, yeah, they established an open telephone code, straight back to Yamamoto, who, if they had success in the negotiations, would radio a recall message to the attack force, right? All right, now the fourth thing is Stark and shifts Kimmel's focus away from Pearl Harbor. I don't have much on General Marshall doing this, right? But Admiral Stark was all right. So on the 24th, Stark specifically warns Kimmel of threat to the Philippines and Guam. That's way out west, right? So let me show you the map again. Let's see here. That'll work. Okay. So here's the United States. Here's Hawaii. He says, all right, the threat is Philippines and Guam. Here's the Philippines. That's way out west. Guam is, part of the Marianas. Is that the, no, that's Bonin. I think that's Iwo Jima, or Marianas here. Iwo Jima's over here. That's Bonin. And then Guam is that guy there. Yeah, okay. All right. All right, so he's shifting focus way up there, and then orders Kimmel to send carriers to Wake and Midway. That's way out west too. Stark orders Kimmel to prepare reinforcement of Marine battalions at Wake and Midway, way out west. Right, Stark and Marshall both send messages saying negotiations have broken off. Right, and the reason is the whole ultimatum. However, the Japanese continue to hold out hope for successful negotiations. Remember the winds code? They're still desperate. Stark warns that indications Japan is about to attack Malaysia, and there's threat to Philippines and Thailand. So let's take a look at where those are at. So the threats, they're saying, okay, Guam, Philippines, Midway's over here, Wake's over here, but Malaysia is over here, Dutch East Indies here, Thailand is over here, right? It's way out west there. He's shifting focus way out there, right? And getting them to abandon defense of Pearl Harbor by sending the carriers away, right? All right. Now, on December 6th of 1941, one day before Pearl Harbor, Naval Intelligence intercepts a 14-part message by Japan. There's 14, points in it. Anyways, it's intercepted, and it's Japan's declaration of war, and it's delivered to FDR in the evening. All right, okay. It says this. It says, okay, Japan's declaration of war, and in the message it says to be delivered to Washington, to the Americans, on December 7th at 12 noon. 12 noon on East Coast time, right? Now 12 noon East Coast time is 8:30 a.m. Pearl Harbor time, right? Because they had it was a half-hour time zone thing, right? They did something weird back then, but it was like 3.5 hours difference, right? Now, local time, the attack started at 7:55, and this is classic Japanese method. They would have a surprise attack timed right before delivery of a declaration of a war, right? So they get their sneak attack in here, right, and then right after that they say, okay, we're declaring war on you, right? Right. So FDR knows this, right? This is the Japanese modus operandi. FDR gets it, he reads it, hands it. This is the evening of the 6th, right? Hands it to Harry Hopkins, his trusted advisor, right? Hopkins reads it, hands it back to Roosevelt, and Roosevelt says, this means war. That's according to the testimony of Commander Schultz. So they know that this means war. That's a declaration of war. Well, they know this all along. So this is just another piece of the puzzle here. Confirmation. And then on December 7th, so FDR, if this is like the first they're hearing of it, right? And oh man, they would call. They would get a message to Pearl Harbor right then, that night. But they stall, wait overnight, wait till the next day, and this is according to the testimony of Admiral Theobald from his book, right? I didn't find this anywhere in the Pearl Harbor papers. Maybe I just didn't find it, but he testifies, Admiral Theobald, on the happenings of December 7th morning, and he says that, after stalling overnight, next morning, the White House sends a message tries to get a hold of General Marshall. Why did they have to get it to General? Why couldn't they send it themselves? Why couldn't, through the order of the president, go straight through? He's the commander in chief. They don't need to go through Marshall. They don't need to go through Admiral Stark. But they try to get a message to General Marshall. Hey, go send a message, warning to Pearl Harbor. Well, General Marshall is conveniently out riding his horse, nowhere to be found. Right? They don't find him. Come on, right? So and then Admiral Stark rolls in late. It's a Sunday morning, right? Somewhere around 11, I believe he said, and he gets a message about this, and he sits on it for a couple hours. Then he sends a message off Western Union Telegraph, right? With all the times it's got to be recorded and repeated, and it gets there to Hawaii. The message that the declaration of war. It gets there in Hawaii 8 hours after the attack, right? So to me, this is another cover your ass by Stark, right? He's going to send the message, but he's going to send the message in a way he knows it's not going to get there in time, right? 8 hours after the attack is over, and but he's got it on paper. He sent the message, right? He's got his ass covered, but it ensured that it never gets there in time. Okay. Yes, Stark was clever. December 7th. Now look at. I want you to take a look at the targets that Japan hit December 7th, right? And oh wait. Okay. All right. So where's it go? Okay, here's a good map. Okay. All right. Here's Hawaii, Pearl Harbor. Here is Wake Island. Here's Guam. Here is the Philippines. Here is Malaysia. All right. All right. Now, from the American perspective, the attack was all about Pearl Harbor, and in reality, this is a sideshow. This is a little storm in a teapot. Well, that's not that, right? But it's compared to the main goal. This is the main goal for Japan, right? Right. Okay. So what's happening is, right? They got to get their attack. They got to get their surprise attack in. They're not going to sit there and wait for them to react. Know that they're already at war, right? You make yourself vulnerable if you set up in a defensive stance here, right? So they're going to get their attack in here. Now the sun, with the Earth rotating this way, west to east here, right? That means the sun's coming this way. The sun's stationary, right? And so the sun's going to rise here first, and it's going to come here, come here, come here. Morning over here, then finally, right? So they're going to get their attack in here first. Here's the international date line, right? So 7:55 early in the morning, Sunday morning. You know, nice sleepy morning. You know, the planes attack Pearl Harbor here, right? Right? And the sun's moving this way, right? You cross the international date line. This is now December 7th, right? On this same day, it's December 8th over here, right? So same day, sun comes up, you whack Wake Island. You try to take Wake Island. Then you try to take Guam. Then you try to take Philippines. And then you jump from Saigon is right about there. They jumped across. You know, there's a border with Thailand there. They attacked actually in Malaysia, and then right above in Thailand there, right. And the northern force went on the west side of the island or the peninsula, and the southern force went on the east side of the peninsula. Drove down, right, and within a month they reached the bottom of the Malayan Peninsula. Then they jumped across, and they took Borneo, you know, part of the Dutch East Indies and a key source of oil here. And within a month, they conquered Borneo, put out the oil fires, and they got the oil operations in play, and they stayed alive, right? All right. So now, you know, from our perspective, from the American perspective, it's all about Pearl Harbor. No, the whole thing is about the Dutch East Indies oil. Getting that. To get that, they got to take the Philippines. They got to take Indochina. They got to take Malayan Peninsula. Then they take the Dutch East Indies, right? And to secure that, they got to neutralize the American fleet, which is the only fleet that can prevent they're taking the Philippines. They can prevent or interdict fuel supplies coming between, Dutch East Indies and Japan, right? So they got to neutralize this force here, right? All right. And that's what they do. Everything they did was about oil, right? Okay, so then the U.S. declares war in Japan very next day, right? You got Congress signing off on that, right? And you got Roosevelt making his speech. This is a day that'll live in infamy. I'm not sure if he made that on the 7th or the 8th, right? All right. Then on December 11th, Germany declares war in accordance with the Tripartite Treaty, right? And also, we're providing material aid to Germany's enemies, Britain and Russia, right? So they're like, well, we're at war with them already, pretty much. And then we also had open shooting orders against Germany on September 11th, right? And there's other reasons why I'm sure they did this, right? I don't want to get to all these other factors. Other factors could be. I'm not going to get into it. It's going to be. I'll skip that. Okay, now, so Japanese captured the Dutch Indies oil by late January, right? They got their oil, right when the oil reserves were running out, right? Okay, so, I mean, we intercepted, like I said, there's about 260 pages of Japanese messages in the Pearl Harbor papers, right? 260 pages, right? That's many more than 260 messages because they're right. And all right, so there are 24 messages targeting Pearl Harbor. There are 29 messages saying, "Hey, we're panicked. We got to get oil." We know they're panicked. There's 5 messages saying, "Hey, we fear we're gonna have to go to war with the United States if we don't get oil." Right? So they don't want to. They're desperate, right? And then there's 7 messages stating that their absolute deadline is the 25th, or things that are going to automatically happen, right? We knew that's their deadline, their D-Day. And then there's 5 messages ordering destruction of codes and code machines. There's 2 messages ordering nationals back, dependents, right? And there's 3 messages in which the Japanese voice concerns that the Tripartite Treaty is now not going to keep them out of war, but be used to get them into the war, right? To get war on them in the United States. Now, what I would do with my my sociology classes at this point, after giving this, I would ask them what information they retain, right? And you know what? The vast majority of the time, I would get nothing. They would sit there like, "What?" Like they got bulldozed with a whole bunch of crap, right? They're like, "Nothing." They retain nothing. Now, if I give this to a person one-on-one, on average, they would remember three things out of all the facts I gave. I gave so many facts. All they would remember is three things, usually just rudimentary things, and usually things they know already. They know December 7th, whatever, right? They know Japanese, okay? Basic things. They may remember something about oil, because that's a key thing, right? But not really anything specific about the oil, right? So knowing that even right after it teaches, people aren't going to retain jack. It's just human cognition. They think, I'm a computer, I'll remember everything. No, you remembered nothing. So I know I got to draw a picture, right? And here is a picture I'll draw. And what I'll do is I'll make it so you can see the whole thing here. Yeah, that'll work, I guess. Maybe I can make it even a little larger. Okay, that'll work. Okay. So, again, we get to the conclusion I said at the very beginning, and I said, at first you're going to say, conspiracy theory, that's crazy, that's unbelievable. Now, if you can keep all this in mind, all these factors in mind, where's my cursor? There it is, right? You'll see that this is undeniable, all right? But only if you keep this all in mind. So to make it possible, I draw you a picture to put all these things out there, right? If you get a fragment here and there, you can say, well, it means nothing to me, right? All right, so first thing is, here's a conclusion. The FDR administration not only knew the attack was coming, they in fact maneuvered Japan into attacking and then opened the way for a successful attack, right? So evidence of intent, I have here, B, next thing, well, he gives open shooting orders. You give open shooting orders, that's act of war, right? You want a war if you give open shooting orders. And then, that's absolute evidence of intent. Don't say it's not, right? That's act of war. Then they didn't do this, but he's talking economic blockade with the cruisers, right? Remember all the cruisers, how they're going to leak that they're going out there on a top secret mission, right? And then use them to blockade trade, and then get one sunk or two, right? Economic blockade. That's act of war. And then you get all these confessions. Icky says, easy to get in the war. He says, well, I knew the best way to go to war is with Japan. And we go to war with Japan. Of course, we'll go to war with Germany. Then you got Stimson saying, well, we had to maneuver them into attacking. And, we had to let them attack us, right, in order to get the American public behind us, right? And you're saying that's open statements, right? Then you get all this different testimony between the admirals. Both Richardson and Stark are saying, FDR wants war, right? He wants him to get an act of war, a mistake. And then Stark says, he openly states, hey, in our conversation, you're willing to get one or two ships sunk, right? So he leaves evidence, an actual document stating that FDR is saying that he's willing to get one or two ships sunk, but not 5 or 6, right? And that's another cover your ass by Stark. Okay. Yeah. He said he sends his son James, and I tell you what, I liked FDR kids. They all fought in the war. They didn't have cush jobs. They're front lines. In combat, right? All 4 of them, and I give these guys credit. James is sent on a worldwide tour, saying, "Hey, listen, we're going to be at war pretty soon." Well, how do you know that, right? That shows intent that we want to get in the war, that also we got something planned to get us into the war, right? All right, so now see, they knew that cutting off oil will cause a war from umpteen different directions. Grew told FDR this in October 39, right? And then FDR, I didn't have this here, but he mentioned those islands, those places, Pra Peninsula, Thailand, Philippines, Dutch East Indies. That's the whole strategic problem right there for Japan getting oil, right? Then on May 31st, Japan warns. Remember that? In May 3rd and May 26th, we indicate we're going to cut off oil. Japan's like, right? You cut off oil, on the 31st, we're going to war. There will be war. June 23rd, you have Ickey's letter to FDR. He says, hey, if we cut off oil, it'll make it not only possible to get into the war, but make it easy to get into this war in an effective way if we cut off oil to Japan, right? Then you have Admiral Turner on the 17th reporting that, hey, I'm chief of war plans here. We cut off oil to Japan, we're going to have war, right? Then on the 18th, you have FDR's statement, right? All right, we cut off oil we cut off oil to Japan. They're going to go straight for the Dutch East Indies, he says, and then there's going to be war in the Pacific. So out of his mouth, according to the Secretary of Treasury, right, Morgenthau, right, there's 29 messages in which we've intercepted, which we know Japan is panicked over oil. There's 5 messages in which they fear they're going to have to go to war with us if oil's cut off to them, right? And then July 25th, U.S., U.K., Dutch all cut off oil at the same time, right? Then there's 7 panic messages citing November 25th as a deadline. Get oil back, right, before November 25th, or things are automatically going to happen. So there's a number of ways here. We knew from every which way. Don't tell me they had no idea what's going to happen. Don't tell me they had no idea there's going to be war if they cut off oil. They knew without any shadow of doubt that if you cut off oil, there's going to be war, right? And they kept that quiet to the American public, to keep that, out of the American public mind. So next, Admiral Richardson says multiple times, man, FDR wants to get us in this war. Multiple times, over and over, like three times. April, July, October, yeah. 3 times he says that, right? 3 meetings with FDR, right? Then, so Admiral Richardson says a couple of times, Stark says in that letter, FDR is willing to sacrifice a ship or 2 of the Navy to get us into this war, right? And that gives motive here for Pearl Harbor, right? He wants to sacrifice some ships, right? That's classic ways of getting into war. It's always classic method of starting a war. You induce an attack upon yourself, right, in some way. And then there's a provocation plan, October 27th of 40, right, written by Naval Intelligence Officer McCullum, right, and has 8 action items to induce Japan to war, right? And he says, if by these means, it'll cause them to attack us, an overt act of war, right, which is an attack, all the better, right? Then he said, okay, naval intelligence warning, Japan is planning to attack Pearl Harbor, right? That is the GRU warning. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So you got the GRU warning. January 27th, he cables Washington and says, hey, listen, I got solid intelligence from my proven counterpart, right? From multiple sources, including one Japanese. He says that the Japanese are planning on attacking Pearl Harbor, right? And then 4 days later, that is discredited by the guy who wrote the provocation plan, trying to get the Japanese to attack us, McCullum, right? He says, naval intelligence holds no credence in such rumors. That's what he said, right? No attack plan now or in the foreseeable future. That's what he said. And then there's 24 intercepted messages targeting Pearl Harbor. They had 9 when he wrote this, right? Admiral Halsey said, had we known these messages, there's no way we would have left Pearl Harbor. He sent away after they know the attack is on the way, right? So now there's classic indications of war. There's orders to destroy code machines and codes. There's orders to recall dependents. There's a telephone code to recall, the WINS code, right? That, hey, open telephone code. You say this, that means negotiations have succeeded. We'll call back the attack force, right? And then you have the civilian Kanoe government being replaced by the military Tojo government. All classic signals of war. War is coming. They're getting ready to attack, right? You know Japan's desperate and that they have November 25th as their absolute deadline to get negotiations done, right? There's 7 messages stating that. The first is on November 5th, right? Then on the 25th, their deadline, their D-Day, you know the whole damn fleet is underway, both North and Southern fleets, all right? And you know that there's at least a 50, man, I'm thinking myself, it's way more than 50-50 chance the Northern Fleet's going to attack Pearl Harbor, right? But the Japanese don't wait for attack here somewhere else and then sit back and wait for you to take the initiative against them. They're going to get their sneak attack in first, right? So it's Pearl Harbor, right? But anyway, so it's at least 50-50%, right? According to Admiral Turner, right? And I trust Admiral Turner, but you know what? I mean, come on. But anyways, both are underway. The attack is, the attack is on. They got to go get oil, right? And that once they go get oil, there's going to be war against the Japanese in the Pacific, right? Now, once we know that the attack is on, we know the ships are on the way to attack. You open the door to attack. You reroute all shipping. Those, Lend-Lease ships going to Vladivostok, you reroute them through the Straits of Torres. Right? Then you send the carriers away. The key defensive assets protecting Pearl Harbor, you send them on hey, it's a mailman mission. Go deliver these to, Wake and Midway, right? These planes, right? And then you send the whole ultimatum, right? You say blah blah blah, all this nice cherry stuff, right? Then in there you say, oh, but you get out of China and Indochina right away, right? You basically, what's that like? It's like burying it in there, sneaking it in, right? And and then you shift all focus off of Pearl Harbor. They're going to attack, Malaysia. They're going to attack, Dutch East Indies and Philippines and Guam and whatever. Okay. And then you receive Japan's declaration of war, right? To be delivered at 12 noon, which is 8:30 Pearl Harbor time. And from past experience that they attack right before they deliver the declaration of war. They did that in the Sino-Japanese War. They did that in the Russo-Japanese War. They probably did the same thing when they went into Manchuria. Probably did the same thing when they went into China. I don't know, right? But I know that in the other 2 wars it did. It's the same profile, same modus operandi, right? Same playbook. And then you got all these confessions. Icky says, hey, on June 23rd, he says, all right, we know now how to get in the war. It would make it easy to get in this war if we cut off oil to Japan, which means they want to go to war, and it's easy by cutting off oil. And then he says, hey, for the longest time, this is October 18th, he said, for the longest time, I believe that our best way into the war is through cutting off oil to Japan. Now we're nearer to that eventuality than ever before. And he says, and if we go to war with Japan, we're going to go to war with Germany. Why? Because there's a tripartite treaty with them, right? And that's the key. The key thing was Europe first. Germany's a big threat, right? So, like I said, I don't blame these guys for what they did. They had to do this, right? But let's be honest about this. Let's not be conspiracy theory. I don't remember anything. This is conspiracy theory. Stimson, we maneuvered Japan into attacking us to get public support for war. We knew the attack was coming, and we let them attack, right? Then McCulloch plan. Okay, yeah. 8 items to get Japan to attack us. So let me show you a little bit about history. Remember I said history, right, is like a court trial, right? You present your evidence and you make your case. It is illegal. It is perjury. You go to jail. You're a lawyer. You're not on trial, but you try to create a false perception in it, right? By concealing evidence, by manufacturing evidence. That's breaking the law. You go to jail for that, right? You go on trial. Now, right? You go on trial if you do that in history? No, right? These guys get away with it, right? Okay, so what I want, remember I said that you could do that by either manufacturing false evidence or leaving stuff out, right? Let me show you how the This guy is like the one of the top, if not the top, Pearl Harbor historians, right? He was the official U.S. Army historian during World War II, right? And he wrote what's considered often to be the Bible on the Pearl Harbor attacks. At Dawn We Slept, right? The Untold Story of Pearl Harbor. God, right? The definitive book on Pearl Harbor, right? Now, what I say is when you look at this picture up here, right? This shows you a clear, undeniable. If you can keep all these in your mind, right? Yeah, I know people are like, what? They're all confused, right? They don't keep it all in their mind, and they're like, what? That doesn't mean nothing to me, right? But if all these facts together show a unified and undeniable picture, right? Many of these facts are included in Prang's book, right? So he's like, for example, he talks about the November 25th deadline here, right? He talks about the Southern Fleet getting underway, but he leaves key things out, right? You know how thick this book is? This is like 2 to 2.5 inches thick. It's like a serious doorstop, right? It's packed full of stuff. How does he leave? He's going through the same documents I went through. How does he overlook all this stuff? Other than the fact that he wants to overlook it, right? All the key things here in blue, he leaves out. He may have left out some of these here as far as evidence, this stuff, but I don't know, right? But he leaves all this stuff out. Okay. For example, let me see what's the best way to do this. All right. So many of these facts are included in Prang's book, I say, but Prang leaves out many key facts. Anything highlighted blue, he leaves out, right? He presents only some of the facts, but he doesn't connect any of the facts to paint it on his picture. All right, so let me give you an example. He is honest and says, oh, okay, yeah, G2 Army Intelligence, he reports this in his book. G2 Army Intelligence, they spotted the entire Japanese Southern Expeditionary Force steaming south, carrying 5 Army divisions off of Formosa. And he says this was reported by Stimson to FDR the very next day. Well, I'm thinking FDR got that right away. They're not going to wait a day to get this to FDR. Right? But as far as documentation, by the 26 he has this, right? All right, so so he mentioned that, but does he mention anything about the Northern Fleet? Zippo. Nothing about the Northern Fleet. Why? Well, that's the fleet that attacked Pearl Harbor. He's not going to say jack diddly about that, right? You think he hasn't read the same documents I have, right? Come on. This is not. I'm not running the thick book on this thing, right? Right. I'm not spending years studying this, right? I just go hard in a month or two, right? And I collect stuff hard, right? And I find this stuff. Okay. So he does it, and let's see. Another thing is he does mention, for example, everything he mentions, right? He doesn't connect it to this conclusion. He's not going to give him to this conclusion. He's like, at dawn we slept. We had no idea what's coming on, right? My ass, right? Right? And then he does mention, for example, okay, they knew about the November 25th deadline. He doesn't say it's from 7 messages. They knew about it, right? But you know what? You know what he does right after that? He tries to undermine it, dismiss it as being irrelevant. He says, yeah, but it didn't really mean anything because everyone knew that war was coming anyway. That's how he dismissed this, right? Now, wait a minute. You're saying that knowing that their deadline means nothing, right? Wait, what am I saying? Knowing their deadline means nothing when we know. He's saying it doesn't mean anything, right? Because we all knew war's coming. Well, wait, why do you call your book At Dawn We Slept? Like we're taken by surprise, right? Oh, everyone knew war was coming, so this warning didn't mean anything, right? And here's another thing. So we got this warning. He doesn't connect. He doesn't connect that this warning is due to we cutting off oil and they got to get oil back. There's no connection there. He has no connection with the attack on Pearl Harbor, right? He has no connection with the fact that on November 25th, not only we knew that that's our deadline, right? That we also knew that the entire fleet got underway. He makes no connection here. And he makes no connection with the fact that on the 25th and the 26th, we took actions after we knew the attack is underway. On their deadline, we took actions to open Pearl Harbor wide open to attack, to clear out the ships from the route, to clear out the carriers from protecting Pearl Harbor, to send the whole ultimatum to tell them that there's no turning back, you got to attack. We're not negotiating anymore, right? There's no connection. You see how you can distort history, right? And I'll show you what he's doing. All right, I'll show you in a diagram. He's doing a lawyer trick. This is what tricky lawyers do in court, right? This is a classic lawyer trick. He's doing lawyer lies. He's manipulating perceptions, right? And then what he does is, whatever facts he does present, he attacks and tries to undermine their significance. He's not here to make the right meaning and connection, right? He's just like, that didn't mean anything. Yeah, this happened, but that didn't mean anything, right? Don't worry about that. I didn't mean it, right? And I'll show you how he does it in a second here. So what do I say? And then he attacks the significance of each fact in isolation. Example, November 25th deadline. He doesn't connect it with cutting off oil or the indications of war, right? Intel attack was on. What? Okay, actions FDR. Okay. So he doesn't connect it with all this stuff. That's what I said already. So what he does is he fragments, disjoints, and discombobulates. He blows all sorts of smoke. Blows a lot of camouflage, right? He buries each fact under a pile of distortions and spin. And then he attacks each fact in isolation. This is a classic lawyer method of manipulation. This is lawyer lies. This is how they try to manipulate a jury, right? And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. So I'll try to show you my diagram. This is kind of a replica of my diagram. All these factors all coming to the same conclusion. All these facts reinforcing each other, not just the conclusion, but the reinforcing each other, all connected together, right? You see how it forms like a completely interwoven web. It's undeniable, right? So F stands for facts. IT stands for inconsequential trivia. He's blowing out stuff. NEF is non-essential facts. And I say red herrings, distortion, shift of focus. That's what a red herring is. You shift focus on something that is off-centered, right? And get people focused on that, right? Or you even attack that as the main thing when it's meaningless. Historical landmines, I'm not going to talk about that. You do lying distortions, right? Or you have dead ends, you lead it to nowhere, right? And the whole body of facts is unconnected. So instead of having this, what he does, he's got this thick, big book. All right. So here's the conclusion you reach. Right? Nothing is connected to this. These are facts that he presents, right? And these are facts that he leaves out. And honestly, I could say he left out more facts, more of the key facts than he added, right? There should be more X's here, right? But whatever facts he presents, he leads you on a wild goose chase, right? Right? He distorts it, he undermines it, he attacks the significance of it. He leads it down a dead end where it means nothing. He does not connect this with a conclusion. And then he's throwing out all sorts of information, irrelevant facts, right? Non-essential facts, right? Inconsequential things, right? And so I have all these like red herrings, and I have these in gray because he's blowing smoke. This represents a smoke screen. He's creating camouflage. He's throwing out so much information here, right? And then he's interspersing, he's spreading these out way throughout the book, so you have no idea, right, that they're all connected together, right, in a nice tightly knit thing, all pointing to the conclusion. So he's creating a smoke screen here, right, in your mind. You can't keep all these things in your mind, and then they're all compartmentalized. They're all thrown way apart. You're not going to make the connections. You're not going to see the picture of what's going on, right? He's going to discombobulate the whole thing, and you'll never come to the right conclusion. That's a lawyer trick, right? You separate, isolate, compartmentalize each of the facts, and then you attack them individually, separately. Undermine their credibility. That is classic lawyer trick in court, right? And that stuff works. All right. All right. So, yeah, that's a method of manipulating history, right? History's the way it was, right? Oh, come on, man. It's the way these guys say it was, right? You can manipulate that so easily. Trouble with my cursor here. All right, so let's do a quick review here. So we said at the top, from a sociologist's perspective, history is, Pearl Harbor is an example of how history can be cooked up to artificially manufacture moral consensus within a society, create some unity and cohesion, functionalism, right? And it's an example of how a latent function of history is to create loyalty and pride within your country, right? Right? It's functionalism, how the power of symbols and the use of symbols to control perceptions and actions. Man, you cannot say that there was significant symbolic effect of the Pearl Harbor attack, right? That had major impact upon people's motivations, right? And how the human resources are controlled by controlling morale, motivation, conflict theory, right? And how true power is not just getting people to do what you want against their will, against their interests, but actually getting them to want to do what you want them to do, right? And I'm saying in this case, they did it for the right reasons, right? Here are these men, right? This is the key men involved here. There's FDR, there's Stimson, there's Richardson, there's Ickes, right? Right? I mean, I didn't like Stark too much, right? But basically, these men were doing what's right, okay? And I think they're all decent men. Now, what was the key problem? We said the key problem was the key threat was not Japan. Japan's threat was limited. The major threat was Germany. That was a significant threat we had to deal with, and that's why Roosevelt had the strategy of Europe first. All right. So let's review this. Let's review history. We said history is like a court trial, right? You present your evidence and you state your case. To manufacture false evidence is a crime. To hide evidence is also a crime. Both manufacture a false perception, which is the essence of a lie, right? And I said, man, you can do that in history. You can do both. Hollywood makes up crazy stuff. They make up stuff like crazy. It's ridiculous, right? Some historical movies are like 95% fiction, made up. They just make up stuff, for whatever reason, to tell a distorted story, or just, to sell tickets, make it more dramatic or whatever, right? But I don't trust Hollywood. They, of course, they're interested in making money, but there's also a propaganda element there too, which I don't like. All right, Okay, so now, yeah, by making up stuff or hiding stuff, you lie, right? And I say you cannot rely upon any of these sources. If you want to do some serious history yourself, you better go try to find original source documents yourself, right? You got to dig, right? Uh, okay, all right. So I say, all right. So much of our history is a joke, either pathetic work or lies, right? Including Pearl Harbor, right? So now the next war I will analyze is the War of 1812, and this will show you how pathetic our history is. And you know, um, well, I'll get to it, right? War of 1812. It's the next war I'll cover. All right. So remember this diagram here. All right. Try to remember some facts, right? If you don't, what's going to happen is social reality is going to dominate. They'll just say something simple and stupid, right? Conspiracy theory, aliens, right? And that will dominate people's minds. And if you create a wave in social reality, that's going to be truth, based on no facts, based on nothing, zero. That's all people have in their heads, though, and that'll be true to them. That'll be their ultimate reality, right there, which is a joke, but you can't fight that. Okay, that's it for this lecture.